Good morning, welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. We've got a Super Wednesday's worth of action for you. Andy Davidson tops Group A. Him and Moreno Michels cannot be separated going into the final day's play. It's going to be a real race towards the line. Realistically, there's 4 horses in there. Matthew Edgar's alongside me in the studio. Sometimes on Wednesday, we kind of know the picture in Group A. Not the case this time round.
Grandstand finish. A really, really good finish coming in today. 4 players in the running, 4 players who have a genuine shot as well. It's not where we're looking at it and going, well, if this player or results go the way you can get into contention. 4 players have a realistic shot, and essentially, the story's ahead, not behind.
4 horses, 1 finishing line, and this is what happened on Tuesday.
Maybe wanting something a little bit better. Here's the ball. And it goes.
Shot of fifth leg,
Showing Andy Davidson the way. Tops. There's the first. There's the second. And that is the first top plus checkout of the finish we've seen so far this week. Show 19. Bullseye. Bingo! Beautiful. Magical for Moreno Michels. The 167 goes. Another. Double 16 for the bull.
96.
And if that came off, it would have been one of the best shots you've ever seen here. So this is how the table looks going into the final day's play. 4 players separated by just 2 points. Andy Davidson and Moreno Michels both on 14. Jim Long and Johnny Haynes both on 12. Let's begin with Andy Davidson. He's the player at the top of the table, but it's actually quite weird to categorise this week because you could probably label both scenarios at him. At times he's rode his luck, particularly on Monday, but then yesterday he had opportunities to really stretch a lead and was unable to do it.
It's backing up the claims that we said at the start that he was value and he was a good play and he's in a good position. The legs, I think, are going to make a difference today. I think there's going to be positions decide whether it's first and second or Group B and Group C cut-off, whatever that debate's going to be. I think legs are going to come into a good play. He's got a 6-leg advantage, so that is a big start and a big lead going into today. The other thing I noticed today was I was just sort of casting my eye over the stage today. Andy Davidson went up there by himself. And he was up there by himself for a good 20 minutes. The second Jim Long came out to start practicing, he left. Now, I can see what he's doing. He wants to be by himself. He wants to be on his own. He wants to get in his own world. He is a very serious customer today. He knows the opportunity that's ahead. He knows the prize money. He knows the chance of getting through to Saturday night. I think he's one of those that today is going to try staying out the way. He's going to keep his head down. I think we're going to see something special.
He's joined on 14 points by Moreno Michels, who probably in terms of consistency has been the best player this week.
Yeah, Moreno's been good. And do you know what? I don't think he really gets the credit he deserves when you look at the sort of finishes he's been taking, the moments, the control. And when you then compare him to the sports book, it's like he always is a bit of an outsider, or there always seems to be value in him. It's like people are waiting for a slip-up from Moreno, of which at the moment just is not coming. And if he continues like this, well, he's a live contender, isn't he? The table tells us that.
Let's talk about the 2 players on 12 points. Jim Long had a really good day yesterday, but I feel like Johnny Haynes is going completely under the radar. Averaged 92.5 for the day yesterday, put in some really good numbers on Monday. Could he be that player? Because it's so tight, 4 players separated by 2 points, that we don't talk about at the beginning of the day, but we could be talking in that spare chair we have elsewhere in the studio later on in the session.
Johnny Haynes is that player, isn't he? He is. And when we look at Johnny Haynes, he's a player that wins a lot. He does a lot. But he's someone you never really consider as a favourite. And he's someone who always goes under the radar. That happens in every building, in every arena. But for some reason, he's just not that person you make a favourite. But he should be. And he should be someone who's at the top of the sort of the odds compilers. But he always seems to be at the very bottom. I think Johnny Haynes is the sort of person that really burns fingers. And, I mean, he could burn some fingers if he goes through today. 8-1 is an absolutely massive price in regards to Haynes, but it is in there with some big hitters, isn't it? And Jim Long completely turned his day around. His odds stay roughly the same as 5-2 yesterday, now trading at 11-4. But my play is staying the same. I'm sticking with Davidson.
What about Moreno Michels, though, at 2-1? We've spoken about his consistency all week long. His numbers in terms of his best, has been as good as anybody this week. Could the 2-1 be value, or is it all about Andy?
It could be value. What did I just say a second ago? Moreno Michels is someone who goes underestimated all the time, and the odds compilers don't seem to give him the credit. He's only a couple of legs behind. It's not far. And they've got to play today in a head-to-head clash where, one player will lose legs, one player will gain legs. So that could be a crucial clash in regards to that. 2-1's definitely value, but I'm sticking with my play all along. I'm going with Davidson.
You're not backing down. You've got your man and you're sticking with him, right?
Absolutely. I don't change my mind too often.
Well, Matt, thank you for your contributions for now. Our first game of the session, well, every game today is going to be absolutely huge in deciding who's going to win this Group A, and we're heading towards the end of Series 9. It's been a bit of fun so far. Scoring to a very high power. It's a perfect power so far. Like father, like son. Like father, like son. Double 18. Mason Whitlock hits the 9
Mason Whitlock.
Here at the Live Lounge.
Double 19. And Storebox doesn't need to practice. Can he do it? This time he can. And get through. But it's the only one he needs. Just needed to check that the treble was in. And the good news is the double is as well.
And a double in this contest. He couldn't sweep in again, could he? It was the 150 in the last leg. It's the 135.
Series 9, week 7, it's the Highlander, John Heneghan!
Do it for yourself. Hit double 12. Oh, what a shot! What a way to finish the session!
Taylor and Parry, and they're through. Stay straight. Taylor is through to the semi-finals.
Bottle Bellish on his personal best from last night. And he does. That is sublime. Nico Springer is for real. The first time 112 has been reached.
To get the better of John Worsley. And game 1 sees Johnny Haynes and Conor Heneghan go to toe on the fabled Super Series stage. Heneghan has had a disastrous week so far. He's picked up just 1 win from his 10 matches across Monday and Tuesday respectively, up against Johnny Haynes, who is 2 points behind the league leaders at the top. Heneghan, the 26-year-old from round 4 in the Republic of Ireland, a former weekly winner a couple of series ago, up against Johnny Haynes, the 60-year-old from Swindon, a former weekly winner here. That was in Series 2, Week 11. Nickname The Punk. These two going toe-to-toe in our first game of the day. A match being refereed, well, all 15 games are going to be refereed by Jack Garwood. Originally from Nottinghamshire, but has relocated down to the south coast.
First leg, it's Conor to throw first.
For prize in Gosport
Game
these
on.
days. As for Conor Heneghan, he will feel like in a different postcode in this group, completely cut adrift. And a man who would have had
43.
real realistic ambitions of going on and winning this Group A finds himself languished at the bottom of it. For him, it's all about finding form and confidence going into tomorrow. But for Johnny
100.
Haynes, there's a window of opportunity for him.
Doesn't it feel strange going into decision day, Wednesday of Group A, and not even mentioning Conor
134.
Heneghan at the start of the show, because he's the sort of player that before a dart's thrown you think is going to be in the mix, and actually he's bottom of the table on 2 points, and even if he
6.
wins all his games, he'll probably still be in Group C. It's been a torrid couple of days for Conor Heneghan. He's struggled with keeping the dart straight. The wayward dart he's been
45.
struggling with, finding a lot of them landing in the 5, finding a lot of them coming low. But if we're talking about who this game means more to, it certainly is
140.
Johnny Haynes, because he well and truly is in the mix for one of the players who could win this group. And, well, trading 8-1.
59.
And if you look at his stats yesterday, he was by far the best player in the group. 92.56 average for the day, 35% on the doubles. In fact, with the exception of Conor Heneghan, who couldn't finish his dinner on Tuesday, the doubling was fairly good across the
84.
board.
Johnny, you require 141.
Is this going to be a good start? Is it going to be a topping start? Trouble 19 just goes a begging. Heneghan looking at the 136 to save his throw. And with Haynes on his favourite double four, you feel like he's going to have to take it out. He's not going to. And so Johnny Haynes has got an opportunity to get the breaker throw right from the get-go.
Johnny, you require 8. Game shot on the first
And he
leg.
finds it in
Johnny
16.
Haynes.
He's one up.
If Johnny Haynes is going to play himself into contention today and make the 8-1 look a
Second
little
leg,
bit
it's Johnny
silly,
to throw first.
he's going to need
Game
to
on.
beat the players at the bottom of the table by quite a score, because the legs difference not in his favour. So if he can get a
43.
big win here to start the day, a 4-0, a 4-1, he could really start to close the gap. Not just closing the gap in regards to the points, but also in
100.
regards to those legs. Jim Long, Moreno, Michels coming up next. They are two other players that are in this four-way chase for the title. We'll let you know all the twists and turns as they go throughout the day. Because of that, we are sure the picture is going to
80.
change many times.
Well, that is how it looks right now. Johnny Haynes with that 1-0 lead, +8 in
100.
terms of legs difference. And as you can see, Davidson and Michels with healthy legs difference, particularly that of Andy Davidson that did his damage quite quickly. But as far as
40.
Conor Heneghan is concerned, he's picked up just one win and he's now drifting once again into the single fives.
Nice of you there to back up my point as well, that we'll let you know all the twists and turns as they go. That's one leg in, and we've already had the live table.
That is the first 180 of the day, as you can see. Heneghan looking at 101 for
You
the
require 101.
break pack. Trouble 14 would have given him a dart at top. So Haynes back for 90. May just be a dart at the ball.
Johnny, you require 90.
And he may have to take it out because Heneghan's left himself on a double. Bull didn't even contemplate the treble. And that's why.
Game shot on the second leg.
Pearly
Johnny Haynes.
pinned in the middle of the diddle. Haynes has solved the riddle and he's 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
I can actually tell you a bit of a Johnny Haynes story, actually. This come in a Q
100.
school. I think it was about 2012, maybe, in Barnsley. I'd already got enough points accumulated to have won my tour card, but I still
100.
turned up on the last day anyway, because you always want to win it outright, not via points. And I was playing Johnny Haynes in the first round, and it was 5-5, and he wanted one of those finishes like a
46.
92. He's blocked the bullseye. He needs a bullseye last start in hand. And there's cubicles on the Pro Tour with the jockey in the middle. And he's gone right the way across
6.
to where the wall is that separates the two jockeys, to the point the game to the right-hand side had to pause because Johnny Haynes was kind of in their booth so that he could see the bullseye.
6.
And he hit it. So I'm not surprised to see him hit a bullseye. It's a nice, clean, open target with nothing in the way, and he can throw from the centre of the jockey.
100. 45.
Well, a win here for Haynes would put him level on 14 points alongside Davidson and Michels. Now, if the next game is between Jim Long and Moreno.
59.
If Jim can win that, you'll have 4 players of 14 ahead of Andy Davidson's game against Cedric Waegemans.
42.
There is a possibility that come the end of the first round play that 4 players would be tied on 14 points at the top of the league standings. Well, Johnny Haynes is doing his job and doing his job very well here. He's 2-0 up, looking for the double break, and he's restricted Conor Heneghan to no opportunities so far at the outer ring.
140.
And that's going to continue.
Johnny require
He's going to have to take out the first tub plus finish of the day. Tops. Well, this is a dreamy start, isn't it, for Johnny Haynes? This is really solid for the man from Swinton. 3 out of 4 on the finishing, and has not given that man in your picture an opportunity.
That is just a look of a very disappointed player, a player who's not sure why things are not going his way this week and why they're going wrong. He knows there's nothing he can really do about it today in regards to his own fortunes, but what he can do is he can try and get something, he can try and fix the problem, because it has been a problem. It's not like he's at the bottom of the table because he's been unfortunate. He's been at the bottom of the table because he's not been good enough. He's been doing things wrong. And he's looking to get all those back on track, ready for a Group C campaign. And we know Conor Heneghan's got the quality, and we know that Conor Heneghan can go into that Group C and win it quite comfortably. We've seen it before. Remember Mike Warburton not long ago had the same sort of campaign in Group A, really struggled, went into Group C and nearly went through the card both ways.
60.
In this group, over 2 days, Conor Heneghan has won just 13 legs.
84.
And it doesn't look like he's going to get a leg in this match, because Johnny Haynes has got 6 starts on 206, and the way that he's finished off legs, you wouldn't expect Heneghan to get an opportunity. He could be restricted to 0 in terms of darts at the outer ring in this match. Decent performance. 88.5 the average. 114 points
Johnny
away from picking up
114.
a precious, precious win. Tops for back-to-back tub plus checkouts.
74.
Not to be, and Conor Heneghan may now get his first opportunity at a double. Now, opportunities at double 12, and he takes that opportunity. He just keeps Johnny Haynes thinking, who's had a match start at tops on the back of a 114 combo. Heneghan gets one opportunity, takes the opportunity. And perhaps importantly as well, it's a break for the Irishman.
There was almost that look on the face, wasn't there, Johnny Haynes, as if to say, seriously? You had to dig that out, because Johnny Haynes will be aware that today, it's not just about points. Legs will make a difference. Legs will matter.
100.
I'm almost certain that a position today will be decided on legs difference.
85.
Now, although we've sort of written Conor off a little bit, he's not been written off in regards too much to the sports, but they are showing the respect, and they are saying that Conor Heneghan at some point is going to be able to turn this one around. Not in terms of this game, but in terms of his form line. They're not running for cover
58
in regards to Heneghan.
He's one of those players that the bookies will probably think can burn fingers. Seen it before.
140.
Well, Johnny Haynes, very much an old school player. So 140 from 306, leads himself on 166. And I can imagine Owen Binks is somewhere
95.
uploading a TikTok wondering what the hell has he done now.
$98.
Let's bring it down to something very handy and very manageable. 138, not manageable for Conor Heneghan. He can do the same, he can leave it handy, but you would expect Johnny Haynes is going to get at least another match start. He's missed one at tops on the 114. Stops again.
28.
So he's unable to finish this match off, and slowly but surely Heneghan is working a route back into this contest.
No score.
He's been outplayed. He had an opportunity to get back into the contest. He was unable to find tops. And this time, Johnny Haynes rounded it off. He hates double five, but he's going to have to go for it. And he gets it. And he gets a 4-1 win against Conor Heneghan. A big 2 points, but also a big win in terms of legs difference for the man from Swindon. He moves up to second place temporarily on legs 1. He beats Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 1. There were signs towards the end that Heneghan was just beginning to go through the gears, but Johnny Haynes came out the blocks charging. His finishing at the start of the match was absolutely superb. Missed a couple to win the game, but he's over the line nonetheless. So that's game 1 in the books. Next up for us, Jim Long takes on Moreno Michels. It's a meeting of 3rd versus 4th. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Johnny Haynes got the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 1, averaging 87 on the nose, 4 from 9 on the doubles, including a ton checkout. So, game 2 is between Moreno Michels and Jim Long. So, for Jim, the 56-year-old from London, Ontario, the gentleman, winner in the previous series, takes on Michels, a former grand finalist in this building, the Dutchman, the 40-year-old from Rotterdam. So in Series 5, lost out to Jim McEwen for that particular title. Michels begins the day on 14 points, plus 10 in terms of legs difference. Jim Long, 12 points, plus 9. He had a real strong day yesterday after a poor start on Monday. Only picked up 4 points on the opening day's play, but 4 wins from 5 yesterday. Has put himself in a position where he can at least give himself an outside chance.
Game on.
Wins this one, then the top 4 players will all be level on points, but Andy Davidson would have a game in hand against Cedric Waegemans, who can still make it on to 16 points, but there's only 2 scenarios for Cedric today.
140.
Pretty much win the group or end in Group C. That's how crazy this Wednesday session is here at the Live Lounge.
59.
Jim Long really raised it yesterday, didn't he? Really stepped it up from what we saw on day one. And where we said it's not so much reflected in the
81.
overall average as such. Where it's really reflected was those key moments, because they were the things that were sort of letting him down, where you're getting a dart or two darts at the end of those mini
96.
combinations and the difference maker shots. A lot of the time the eye is drawn to the 140s, 150s, 160s, but it's actually the 67s, the 72s that make the difference, and that was what made the difference yesterday for Jim Long.
100.
Those little low combination finishes.
And it looks like Jim's come out the blocks charging, and there's points yesterday where it did take him a leg or two to really get going and really hit his stride. But there is a real sense of urgency and a real sense of impetus for the Canadian on this Wednesday morning.
82.
He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12, 98 left.
$58. Jim Long, you require 98.
For the first leg, and it'll be a strongholder throw to kickstart his day. 12-18. Gives him a dart at double 12.
74. Moreno, you require
Those
148.
combination shots, the difference yesterday for Jim Long, but he doesn't need to take them on this occasion. Moreno Michels unable to take out the 148.
140.
He can leave it
You
very
require
handy.
24.
He's posed the question of Jim Long, who at times this week has been a little bit suspect on the doubles, but
It's
not
the
on that
first leg,
occasion.
Jim Long.
16-darter to kickstart his day. Long out the tracks quickly, and he leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
You do try looking for patterns, don't you, in the time of play for players in regards to what does the early
55.
fixture mean? You know, there's a lot of people get very nervy about the early fixture because the early start time and players not having as much preparation time, changing routines where they might be getting up. And Jim Long, well, both ends of the spectrum on Monday, it was a 74 average in fixture number 1,
108.
which was his worst performance of the day. And yesterday it was a 92, which was his best performance of the day. So one thing we can say about Jim Long in this time slot is could be anything.
108.
You could see the best, you could see the worst, but we're definitely seeing the best of him here. We're seeing the best of both. Both players, I know it's still early days, but averaging way in excess of a ton. Have a look at them
84.
averages. And Long has taken the darts off of Moreno. He's threatening the break. And a 2-0 lead.
100.
And he has these enigmatic streaks in him, does Jim Long. Once he really breaks stride, he really can do special
94.
things.
Jimmy
And
require
so far, this has
96.
been a special performance. Let's look at the double-double.
56.
He does leave himself
Moreno,
on
you
tops after
require
12, but is he
88.
going to get a look at it? One dart at the ball for Michels.
48.
Decides to set it up.
Jimmy require 40.
Just 12 darts thrown in the scoring phase here for Jim Long. He's down to a double. He's stepping it up even higher today. Maybe he can sense the opportunity and sense the urgency that comes of this early fixture. And that
Gets on
comes
the
of that
second
very
leg, Jim Long.
dart. Moreno Michels prowling in the background, hoping for an opportunity. It's the most painful one of all
Third
when it
leg,
goes
it's
with
Jim to
dart
throw
number
first.
3. When
Game
you're
on.
chasing it around and it's a new target each dart, you stand at the back of the stage thinking, I'm coming back here, I'm going to get the opportunity. And it gets snatched away from you with that breaker throw. If you could pick a dart of which to do
58.
it, if you had the confidence to say, I'm going to hit it with dart number 3, no one ever would miss 2 on purpose, but if you could literally go and put them in, that is exactly what you would do. You would leave it, you'd
140.
let them build up hope and expectation.
And this is the vulnerability of this Group A. Moreno Michels, if he wins this match, will go
100.
top of the group, but if he loses this game, he'll be 4th. I think we're going to be seeing that in-play
100.
table a fair bit today, because there's going to be a lot of position jostling as the session goes along. And I just wonder whether for Andy as well, you look at his first 2 games, he's got Cedric Waegemans and Conor Heneghan in his
100.
first 2. The 2 players are out the race, and statistically the 2 players that everybody will expect to beat. Having them 2 off the bat, you'd sense it should be 4 points from those games.
94.
Will that just give them the confidence to then really build into the day?
Yeah, it's the opening fixtures, the early parts of the games really do make a difference. And we said this yesterday with Conor Heneghan, didn't we? He needed to win that early game, and he wasn't able to, and he's continued to go down that slippery slope.
40.
So the combination finishes are what the real strong
103.
point was of Jim Long yesterday. This would be a combination finish that would give him full control of the game, and he only needs the 1 treble, which he finds with the opening dart.
83. Moreno, you
Just
require
below.
126.
And so Michels, to stay in this game, you feel, cannot find the treble 19, which would have afforded him a dart at the ball.
86.
Needs himself on top.
He required
But long
20.
back for a 3-0 lead. The story of this game has been both players have scored well, but Moreno has just been a visit behind in legs. And he could be 3-0 behind in terms of the scoreline. If Long can find double 5 again.
15.
But that's pulled low.
Moreno, you require 40.
Yeah, a lot of lift in that there from Jim Long. Plenty of shoulder. The dart just nose diving.
30. Jim, you require 5.
Opportunity for Moreno to get it back on throw. That's how quick these games can turn in this short format.
That was the first tangible chance Moreno's had in this match. He could have
Gets
taken
on
it,
the
and he's
third
punished.
leg, Jim Long.
Jim Long 3-0 to the good. And this is disastrous for Moreno
Fourth
Michels,
flag. It's Moreno to throw first.
because
Game on.
he started this game in second and was hardly realistic hopes of going top. Jim Long moves up to that second position.
6.
At the moment, bolstering his leg difference up to plus 12. And Moreno Michels, if he loses this game 4-0, will be on plus 6 legs difference, 4 behind Johnny Haynes. He'd then
84.
be 7 behind Jim Long and 10 behind Andy Davidson, who's still got a game to play, could move 2 points in front.
Interesting observation here. So, we've seen Johnny Haynes in the previous game blowing on his hand, his throwing hand. We're now seeing Jim Long at times putting his arm or his hand underneath his arm,
100.
trying to maybe get a bit of body heat. It is very cold here today on the south coast. As I was walking to the venue this morning, the frost on the cars, it's getting to that time of year.
140.
And it is apparently just 4 degrees here today. I wonder if maybe there's a little bit of coldness seeking in, and with that, people handle it in different ways. Some people
100.
quite actually like the cold and like that cool feeling in the hands, where for some people they struggle a bit more with it. And I wonder if that's going to be a factor in these early games.
58.
Well, so far, these first 2 games have been fairly quick fire, and Jim Long is about to round off a 4-0 win, you feel, here.
85.
He's left himself on 1-3-2 after 12.
137.
2 triple turn there by Michels, has left
Jimmy
himself on
require
something really handy, a single to double
132.
combo. But this is for the match. Another. Decides to go treble 14 for tops. To move up to second in the league.
92.
And it was the width
Moreno,
of
you
a wire
require
away.
46. Game shot on the 4th flag.
Moreno
Moreno
keeps
Michels.
himself in this contest by taking out the double 18, but that was a leg on the Dutchman's throw. Jim Long has
5th flag.
his
It's Jim to
opportunity
throw
with the darts
first.
in his hand
Game on.
to round off a 4-1 win here.
Just looking at the
100.
shirt of Moreno Michels. It seems very like a sky, like a starry sort of shirt. And I swear in the top right hand corner of his shirt is like a star picture of himself. You just see it there on the right shoulder.
Something straight out of the Matthew Edgar playbook, that.
$95.
That's definitely a picture of himself.
Well, it beats the differences, doesn't it? That most people put darts on themselves. Dartboards.
85. Jimmy require 129.
Well, this gate could be up. Long 6 darts on 129 to seal a 4-1 victory. Treble 16 gives himself a dart at double 12.
105.
He's now had a match dart off of a tub plus combo in 2 legs now to win this match. The difference is this time round, he's going to get a second opportunity. 3 in his hand at 2 12s to round off a 4-1 win, which will put him up to second place.
No score.
Well, they was almost edgy darts, wasn't they? They was hitting the board at different angles, getting further away.
81.
5 darts missed for the match so far for Jim Long. But he eventually gets this game wrapped up.
Jim Long.
And Jim Long will move up to second place in the table. Moreno Michels, who could have gone top if he won that match, slips down to 4th in the league standings. A decent performance of Jim Long, averaging in excess of 90, 4 from 16 on his doubles. He seals a 4-1 success against Moreno Michels. The final game from the first round of fixtures sees the league leader, Andy Davidson, in action. He can move on to 16 points and he can move himself 2 clear of the rest of the pack if he can get the better of Cedric Waegemans. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. 2 games played here at the Super Series. 2 4-1 wins. 1 for Johnny Haynes, 1 for Jim Long, which means the top 4 players in the group are all tied on 14 points ahead of our third match of the day. It sees Andy Davidson, who can move 2 clear at the top of the group with victory against Cedric Waegemans, who needs to win all 5 games today to put himself in a Group B position. And he lost today, then he will join Conor Heneghan in Group C. The 39-year-old from Brussels in Belgium on his debut in this competition. Back on the big televised stage, almost 10 years on from his solitary Lakeside appearance, up against Andy Davidson, the 29-year-old from Edinburgh, who, following his recent exploits on the WDF circuit, could be heading to Lakeside in 2025. Anyway, from Lakeside 2025, I have the Lakeside 2024
First
champion
leg, it's Cedric to
with
throw
me
first.
in the commentary box.
Game on.
Hello, Matt.
I'm looking forward to seeing when they arrive. I'm looking forward to seeing who it is.
100.
Well, for Andy Davidson, opportunity knocks. The fact that Moreno was beaten in his first game has
140.
just made his life just that little bit easier.
Yeah, he's got a chance here to
100.
get a bit of a lead here on the table now in regards to some points.
140.
This is a player, Andy Davidson, who has been focused, has been steely, has been very different in his demeanour of everything we have seen so far today.
22.
I like the fact he left the practice room to come practice on the stage. I kind of like the fact that the second another player came up, which was Jim Long, he left.
140.
He's keeping himself to himself. And just look at the controlled aggression of which he's playing this game with. If he can maintain this
81.
throughout the day,
Andy, you
he's going to top
require
this group.
81.
Double 12.
57.
Both clipped the wire, and that would have been for a 12 dart start.
58. Andy, you require 24.
Well, Waegemans just been a bystander in this first leg, a passenger to the excellence of
It's on
Andy
the first
Davidson, who's
leg,
kicked
Andy
off
Davidson.
with a 14 dart breaker throw. We
Second
mentioned
leg,
the way
it's
that
Andy
he's been
to throw
approaching
first.
things
Game on.
this morning. He's still fairly much a rookie when it comes to this competition, but he plays it like a seasoned veteran.
140.
Well, every scoring visit so far for Andy Davidson has been a 140.
96. 96.
You can just see little characteristics and little personality
100.
traits coming through. And you can tell that today for Andy Davidson, it is business day, isn't it? This is
86.
the day he wants to produce. This is the day, essentially, that you can get paid. That big prize check for winning the Group A campaign is on the line.
145.
And potentially, with Andy Davidson and what he may go on to do in the next few
133.
months,
Cedric, you
his
require
last chance to win
160.
here at the Super Series.
Well, he plays at this standard, then I find it highly
6.
unlikely we do see him
Andy, you
next year if he
require
plays like this at
46.
Q School.
30. Cedric, you
Well,
require
that doesn't go.
100.
He has had a couple of opportunities in this game. But he's going to get more here. Waegemans hitting the single one on the turn, the worst possible shot he could have had.
35. Andy, you require 16.
He's been afforded these opportunities due to his sheer
Game's on
scoring
the
power, and he
second leg,
opens up
Andy
a 2-0
Davidson.
lead.
Third leg, it's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
I mean, Andy Davidson as well, he's got the opportunity to put scoreboard pressure on this chasing pack because he's taken on Cedric
100.
Waegemans, who's only picked up 6 points from his 2 days' worth of play so far. So you'd expect Andy Davidson to be a big
29.
favourite to win this. And Andy Davidson's next game, he will have the throw against the man at the bottom of the table, only winning 1 of his 11 games, Conor
45.
Heneghan. Who in his last
41.
4 matches has only managed 2 legs and 8 darts at a double in 4 matches. That's like a dream start for
76.
Andy Davidson.
If he could have picked the 2 fixtures at the beginning of the day, it would have been these 2.
80.
Just one of those things, though, isn't it, for Andy Davidson this week, where I said when he's had the opportunity to make things easy on himself, he's made it a bit tricky. And this was one of those cases here. He got the breaker throw, he confirmed it, he was playing well. But then when he's in front, just sort of not taking the foot off the gas, but not finding
80.
the same sort of standard. Some people don't like front running, but it's something he's going to have to get used to.
96. Cedric, you require 117.
Tops for 117.
97.
And it would have got
And
Cedric
you require
Waegemans' day up and running.
155.
So he's going to come back for 3 more at double 10 to get
6.
his first leg on the
Cedric, you
board.
require 20.
Bit of an off leg from Andy, but it is against the throw from his perspective.
10. And you require 95.
If anything, that has kind of been the story, hasn't it? When he needs to break, he gets it, but
Game shot on the third
that's a
leg,
great
Andy
finish that to get him
Davidson.
back on track. A 20 darter, probably not what he would have wanted, but what was prescribed.
Fourth
The breaker
leg, it's
throw,
Andy
full
to throw
control,
first.
3-0 up.
Game on.
Yeah, his best starts seem to come on legs where he's got the darts. Maybe one of those players that play the game out in their mind of I've got the throw, I haven't got the throw, and sort of emphasise certain legs more than others.
100.
But so far, all legs going the way of Andy Davidson, regardless. And he's looking very good here for
100.
serving this one out.
There's a possibility, Matt, that we could finish the first 3 games
45.
in less than 50 minutes.
Well, let's also look at the scenario. I said at the start of the day,
97.
Andy Davidson's big advantage, I didn't think came anywhere but the legs column. He had a 6 legs buffer from second place. If he can start off with a 4-0 success here, which, looking at the scoreboard situation, looks a very strong possibility, he's going to extend where at the start of the day was
98.
his strength.
Which means that there'd be an 8-leg gap between Andy and Jim in the top 2 spots in the league
46.
table.
And you require 106.
And now a 2-point cushion as well if he can convert.
40.
He's going to come back for 66 to finish this game off. Waegemans completely outplayed in this contest.
60.
It was a
And you
blistering
require
start for the
66.
Scot. And he's been in control ever since. And this to put the final nail in Cedric's coffin. The 2 darts have come and
54.
gone. Remember, if Cedric loses this match, as it looks likely from here, he is going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday. He'd have nothing else to play for apart from the wooden
41.
spoon
And you require
with Conor
12.
Heneghan.
Game shot.
his
and
fate's
the
been
match,
confirmed.
Andy Davidson.
But for Andy Davidson, he moves top of the table. He is on 16 points, and he now has a big buffer in terms of the legs difference. He's got an 8-point gap on Jim Long on that particular metric, and he looks in control of proceedings. A controlled 4-0 win against Cedric Waegemans to kickstart his day. That's the end of the first round of matches. Coming up after the break, it's Johnny Haynes up against Jim Long.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, double 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back. Now, that's the Influencers Champions event, and we can confirm the players that are going to be playing in it. Ted Everts is going to replace Cameron Crabtree in that particular tournament. Glenn Durrant, Gemma Hayter, Fallon Sherrock, Jaden Walker, Mason Whitlock, Anna Litzker and Steve West are all in it. And look at Glenn there in the middle, taking all the limelight. Oh, does-er. Anyway, this is how the table looks. Andy Davidson at the top of it, 16 points to his name. Jim Long, Johnny Haynes and Moreno Michels all on 14. Cedric Waegemans on 6 and Conor Heneghan on 2. Well, I tell you what, Matt, I have to say that this has been such a good start to the day. We've seen some really good games. We've seen some really good performances. Andy Davidson was amazing before the break against Cedric Waegemans. Excellent performance from Jim Long. Moreno Michels played really well despite defeating that match. Johnny Haynes, really solid against Conor Heneghan. And I'm sure wherever you're watching from on this Wednesday morning, you must be loving this action here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Yeah, it's a very, very good start to the day. The chips are down. 4 players in the running here for that top position, for that top prize.
Game on.
For that golden ticket, for that opportunity to get through to Champions Week. We will know our first player come the end of the day. And I tell you,
121.
we're none the wiser in regards to who that is. Only 2 points separating the top 4 positions, but it's advantage Andy Davidson. And this is 2 of the players in the running, positions 2 and 3, both on 14 points. You'd say, with Andy Davidson playing Conor Heneghan next and all likability that Andy Davidson's going to win, that this game is a must-win, and we could potentially start to lose runners and riders in this round of fixtures.
60.
Well, these two were mighty impressive in their victories. Jim Long, with the only 90-plus average seed so far today, 4 from the 16 on his doubles, really dominated
100.
against Moreno Michels. Always found himself a score in front in legs, but he's got off to a slow start here. Johnny Haynes leaving himself on a finish after 9. The first 3 legs of that game for Johnny were pretty much immaculate.
Johnny,
Slowed a little bit towards the finishing line, but Conor didn't really have too much in terms of a response. And he's got off to a quick start here. But he may have spent some time with Conor Heneghan because he's had 2 darts that's drifted left of the intended target.
$41. Johnny, you require 98.
Solid start once again here for Johnny Haynes. He's going to get a dart tops.
78.
Just to see it out in 15. If you're going out in 15 with the throat, you're forcing your opponent to 12.
That's
how you control the game.
Johnny, you require
That's how you control
20.
your throat.
No
The
score.
traditional split, but that's one of the dangers of it. Astray the other side means that Jim Long has got a free pass at this 60.
That's the danger in that situation, and Jim Long getting a chance he probably
Gates on
didn't
the
think he was
first
going to
leg,
get.
Jim Long.
Bit of a steal there for Jim Long. I don't think that's ever going to change the methods and the thinking of
Second
Johnny
leg,
Haynes.
it's Jim to
He's
throw first.
one of those players that
Game
you'll
on.
never convince to be using the double 5 in that scenario, but I don't think I was keen on it at any point, because even if he'd hit the single 2, he's only getting 1 dart at the double.
85.
You're going to get 1 dart at the double 5, you might get 2. And for a player that likes tops, it's not exactly a very big transition.
6.
That's maybe just a player that fears coming inside.
Johnny Haynes is very long in the tooth about certain things and very much plays this game with a old school
140.
manner about him. I've had a bit of a chat with Johnny over his times here at the
100.
Super Series, and one of my favourite quotes from him is he's spoken about, you know, how the modern player thinks about the game. He's gone, I'm a bit too old for that. He'll just do it his way, and he still does it to a very, very high standard.
We've seen, haven't we, with the seniors darts and the seniors world
121.
championships and many other seniors events that are out there now, that a lot of the players don't have that retained ability. Certainly the players that were sort of ahead of Johnny Haynes during Johnny Haynes' best days. However, what's happened is
100.
Johnny Haynes' level has stayed very consistent and very the same, where those top players have just started losing their edge, started losing that top performance,
60.
which
Jimmy require
ultimately
116.
makes you think that maybe Johnny Haynes is going to start putting himself into the mix in regards to some of those events. Jim Long in the mix here, he wants tops.
76. Johnny, you require
Able to get, but you won't
106.
put this past Johnny, who has been the perennial ton plus hitter so far this week.
60. Jimmy require 40.
Had 3 ton plus checkouts on Monday. Didn't get one yesterday, but has already had the ton today. But this is for a 2-0 lead.
Gates on the second
Jim Long
leg. Jim
burying
Long.
the tops and halfway towards burying Johnny Haynes.
Third leg.
It's one of those
it's Johnny to
scenarios,
throw
isn't it,
first.
where both
Game on.
players won their opening game to put themselves back in the mix. The winner puts himself in a great position,
45.
but the loser will feel like the advantages that they would have had right from the get-go and the position they would have put themselves in, they may have squandered straight away.
85. $60. 45.
Important leg this for Johnny Haynes. He's had his throw broken once.
81.
Loses this one, and Jim Long is a massive favourite. You don't expect Jim Long, with the consistency that he's got, to relinquish a 3-0 lead.
140.
And he may be heading that way.
And it's not just a 3-0 lead, it's a 3-0 lead where he's completely outplaying his opponent.
140.
Well, that's a great last start. When you consider the position of the first two, you could see it from the overhead camera. Managed to find a way to loop it over the top. He's left himself on a finish, but Haynes is on a two-darter to retain his throw. And he's going to get a look at the 76 to pull it back to 2-1.
91. Johnny requires 76.
Another dart at double.
36.
Another dart missed.
Jim, you require 40.
Dangerous waters here for Johnny Haynes.
Game shot on the third leg. Jim
In
Long.
big trouble now. Jim Long has broken the throw of Johnny Haynes for a second time in this contest.
Fourth
he
leg.
leads
It's Jim to
3-0.
throw first.
And now has the darts
Game
around
on.
off a 4-0 win. He could actually win his first two games with the concession of a solitary leg. And very quickly he could begin to catch up with Andy Davidson's legs difference. And that's without playing
85.
the bottom two players in the group.
I think we might be noting a temperature thing here with Johnny Haynes. Something I mentioned at the start of the day,
137.
the temperature here in Portsmouth a lot lower today. Again, blowing on the hands here, Johnny Haynes. Now, there will be a temperature difference as well when you go from the main room to the practice room. I wouldn't be surprised if in the practice room they've even
97.
whacked the heating on in there and it's a smaller room with more people in it. And there'll be a difference when you go between the two. It's the same in the summer. The players traditionally put the aircon on in the practice room,
96.
and then when you come out of the air-conditioned room, it's actually very, very hot, and you notice the difference. So it's trying to match the conditions between the two, and the players are in control of that. And if it is a bit chilly in there, I'm sure they've whacked that up. And I
44.
think Johnny Haynes potentially a player who plays on feel, and so much so that we've seen him chalking up the darts, haven't we, at times as well. And when you are a little bit cold, just the hand
94.
doesn't open quite as quick as you'd like it to, and the darts can just flop out a little bit and ultimately struggle with the darts going low.
$90.
Was looking at the 25 there to have given himself a go at the big fish. And so Haynes has got 6 darts on 174 to get the breaker throw and his first leg on the
60.
board. 60 there, where all 3 darts just cushioned above the top right. How Jim would long for a 2-treble turn, or at least 1 treble to leave himself on a 2-dart
60.
finish. Unable
Johnny
to do
require
so.
114.
And as a consequence, Johnny Haynes has a slender advantage. And gets a dart at tops. And
Game
this
shot
time
on
he
the fourth
finds it.
leg. Johnny Haynes.
He's on the board. He's got the break. Long is still on the hill, but
Fifth
Haynes is
leg,
still in
it's
the
Johnny
running.
to throw first. Game on. 180.
Well, that's 6 fantastic darts there for Johnny Haynes. One to end the previous and one to start this leg. Said we don't expect the
85.
consistency of Jim Long to let him down, but the only way to beat that consistency is with a bit of brilliance.
100.
Johnny's one of those players that in an era which is dominated by data analysis and numbers and statistics, that you almost just forget about that with him. You just
140.
watch him based on that feel, as you say. Because anything could happen at any which time with this man.
123.
He really is going through the gears. One for a potential 11 darter to bring it back to 3-2. Jim will get another opportunity to win the match with the darts in his hands, but he'll feel under
60.
far
Johnny
more
require
tangible
98.
pressure. Double 12. 4-12.
On the fifth leg,
And
Johnny
back to
Haynes.
3-2. And suddenly Jim Long's got questions to answer. It looked so simple so early on.
Sixth leg,
But
it's
Johnny
Jim to
Haynes
throw
is
first.
fighting back.
Game on.
And he's forcing Jim Long once again to serve it out on throw.
I've said it a
100.
million times before. Not that I like to exaggerate. But the most important tool you can have in your darts case, other than darts, obviously, for lights
140.
and stems, if we're talking about an extra accessory, is a hand warmer. Reusable hand warmers where you can just press the button, react, and you get that heat.
91.
Certainly in the winter months, if you're out there travelling, you're out there playing your darts. When you're feeling a bit chilly, it's the extremities that go first, the fingertips, the
140.
toes, and ultimately, this is a game that relies on that feel.
What's your opinion on the sleeves that we see a lot more players wear in the winter time?
I can't play personally in long sleeves, and I know
60.
the majority of players can't. If you can, then bonus, but a lot of players just cannot play in these long sleeve shirts. And traditionally, dart shirts are very thin.
108.
We said we didn't see Jim Long losing a 3-0 lead. He might be about to, but that's because Johnny Haynes has just rose it so much in these last couple of legs to the point his average is now nearly 97.
Johnny require 41.
From absolutely nowhere.
21.
That would have been for back-to-back 12 darters.
150.
But this is for the match.
It might be the only chance he gets for the match.
Couldn't find the second triple there,
90.
and so Haynes
Johnny
returns a double
required
10
20.
to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
No score.
But he's missed the opportunity.
Jimmy requires
He's missed the
6.
chance. And so Long returns for the match, looking at 60, to put him on to 16 points, to put himself level with Andy Davidson. Now he slips into the wrong bed. One dart at tops to win it. Huge dart, huge moment, huge
Shot
hit.
And the match, Jim Long.
And Jim Long moves on to 16 points in the group. He's level at the top of the table temporarily with Andy Davidson. For Johnny Haynes, he fought back tremendously, but it was a slow start that made pay for him. He actually had the higher average in the end. He also had a 114 checkout, but 8 other missed opportunities at the outer ring came back to cost him dearly. Jim Long wins 4-2. Next up, Davidson Heneghan.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Jim Longjoy, Daddy Davidson on 16 points, courtesy of a 4-2 win against Johnny Haynes. Our fifth match sees Conor Heneghan and Andy Davidson go toe-to-toe. Win for the Scot will move him on to 18 points. He establishes 2-point lead at the top of the table against a man in Conor Heneghan who has won just a solitary game. Didn't win a game on Tuesday. He's picked up just 14 legs for the entirety of the group. To put that by some contrast, at the beginning of this game, Andy Davidson has picked up 39 legs in this Group A.
This is where the practice room, for the first time, are probably hoping Conor Heneghan finds his best darts. Because on his best, Conor Heneghan, very, very dangerous in this fixture. But he's been so far off his best, hasn't he, so far this week? And Andy Davidson has been, or is now given an opportunity where he could really run away with this one.
56.
He had a very solid win in his opening game.
57.
Victory over Cedric Waegemans, who didn't register a leg. He's got a genuine chance here on all
96.
form and everything we've seen this week to back that up with another 4-0 win here. And not just on the evidence of what we've seen so far this week, the evidence of what we've seen at the start of this game as well. Heneghan starting slow as he traditionally has, and Andy Davidson come racing out the traps.
Well, they both played to tight so far, and you felt if they did do that, then there was only ever going to be one outcome. And that was going to be an Andy Davidson win, and he opens up a 1-0 lead. 2-0, perhaps unsurprisingly, to Andy in the head-to-heads this week. A 4-2 win on Monday and a 4-0 win yesterday. They did play at Champions Week in Series 7.
70.
All 3 games at that particular Champions Week were won by Conor Heneghan by a 4-3 scoreline.
140.
Relentless power scoring today from Andy Davidson. He did it in his opening game, hit the ground running, lots of 140s.
140.
Opened up a gap that was just too much for his opponent to claw back, and he's doing the same again. This is brilliant. This is absolutely top shelf stuff here from Andy Davidson.
I know it's early days, but the average is 117. And in fairness to Conor Heneghan, he's kept pace in this thing. I know he's on throw.
21. Conor, you require 158.
Well, that's how you back up a 180. The traditional joke is normally 26, isn't it?
44.
He's gone one better with the
Andy, you
21.
require
I
106.
wonder it past him taking this out.
Well, I will now.
50.
Well, after a
Conor, you
really good
require
start, and after you
114.
mentioned how good the average was, it's fallen apart for Andy Davidson. And Heneghan could level up here. You've already seen a 114 from Johnny Haynes today. And we're going to see
on the
another one
second
there from
leg,
Conor
Conor
Heneghan. And that could just be the spark for the Irishman.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And I think that is just a little bit of relief in a week where anything that has gone
80.
wrong definitely has gone wrong. Maybe he's beginning to build.
108.
Just said that positive head-to-head record. That can make a difference when you're
96.
going up there against a player you know you've got a good record against. You know, they become very aware. Was he going for the old...
46.
Well, we're calling it a Conor Scott at the moment, aren't we? Because he was the trend setter in this 3 treble 20s, 3 treble 19s route.
96.
Andreas Harrison, another player trying to complete that. A player that we will see here back at
40.
Champions Week in a couple of weeks' time. Another opportunity for him to get his name on that trophy.
140.
A player who, like many people, we look ahead and we go, will we see them here next year? Because surely, at some point in his career,
90.
he is going to be a
Andy
tour card
require
holder.
89.
If he goes to, if he does go to Q School, doesn't get a card, something's gone wrong
64.
for
Conor,
Andreas.
you require 145.
That goes slightly awry for Davidson. Heneghan looking at the 145. Not going to go. And so Davidson should get 2 darts in his hand to open up a 2-1 lead in this
61.
contest.
Andy,
Been
you
a
require
real good match so
25.
far. Both players averaging in excess of 90. And it's
Game's on
Davidson
the
that gets
third
his nose in
leg,
front
Andy
again,
Davidson.
using the lie of dart one perfectly just to crash it off the barrel on that double 8. Davidson 2-1
Fourth
up.
leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on. 140.
Well, this really is a joy to watch. The tempo, the power
92.
scoring, some of the finishing as well. This has been an absolute delight.
45.
But this is also becoming a little bit precarious for Andy Davidson because Conor Heneghan has suddenly awoken and suddenly beginning to play his best stuff. And if he's not
44.
careful, he could find himself in boil, and that's the last thing he needs right now.
58. $96. 98. Conor, you require 129.
129 for Heneghan to square up at 2-2. He took out the 114 in the previous leg. A bullseye will back it up with another ton topper. But that is
90.
wide of the mark.
Andy, you require 120.
To restore order, tops.
100.
Heneghan looked in the
Conor, you
background, was
require
hopeful of a
39.
miss. And his hopes spring eternal.
I suppose that's a positive sign, though, there as well for Heneghan, that he's feeling good.
On the fourth
No
leg,
surprise
Conor
to see him
Heneghan.
take that out because he's engaging with the game rather than looking around the room, rather than trying to take everything else in.
Fifth
Engaging
leg,
with
it's Andy to throw first.
the battle,
Game on.
looking and hoping for the miss to give him the opportunity.
64.
And this is a trend that can't be forgotten. Once again, Andy Davidson's put himself in a position
58.
where he can really strike a march in this Group A. And it's a possibility he doesn't take that opportunity.
45.
Wins this game, moves 2 points clear with Jim Long. 4 clear with Haynes and Michels, who does have that game in hand against Cedric Waegemans. But if Heneghan can spring the surprise here, which the way he's playing at the minute is very much on the cards, then we could have 3 players tied on 16 points come the end of this round.
I think Heneghan becoming a big favourite in that back room.
93. $180. Conor, you require 170.
However, that maximum for Davidson may have just arrested the situation for him.
76.
Double 16.
Shot on the 5th leg.
He's
Andy
back
Davidson.
in front at 3-2. He's a leg away from the win. And he's staved off the Conor Heneghan onslaught during the middle of this match.
140. $125.
It's a great recovery there as well for Andy Davidson. We know this game means so much more to him than it does to Conor Heneghan in regards to the possibilities of winning the group and what it means for the week. And then to go awry with that first start and then recover it the way he did just shows the character of Andy Davidson.
$27. $83.
Big visit this for Conor. Great visit from Conor. Leads himself on something manageable.
45.
And he's got the ascendancy to take us to the last leg decider. Tops. The first one's perfect, as is the second.
On the 6th leg, Conor Heneghan.
And Conor Heneghan takes us all the way. When he was 2-0 behind, there was a possibility he could have been blown away. But he fought back tremendously to enforce the last leg. A deciding leg which has significant importance for that man there, Andy Davidson.
If you are Andy Davidson, you're probably thinking, why me? Why now?
100.
Conor Heneghan having significantly his best performance of the week so far. 75% on the doubles, 2 tumblers checkouts.
140.
Andy Davidson trying to make sure, though, that Conor Heneghan gets no more opportunities. And no opportunities to get his second win.
84.
In match number 12 here for Conor Heneghan. Unheard of at the Super Series.
97.
One thing Andy Davidson's done, he knew he had the darts in this match, and every single time Conor Heneghan's fought back, and every single time there could have been a lurking problem for him, he has dealt with the situation. And he's got 6 darts to deal the fatal blow to Conor Heneghan for 3rd time this week. Just going to have a look at the ball here.
59. Andy, you require 100.
25 would have been enough to leave himself on a finish. Well, I decided to go for the ball there.
60.
He's left himself on top because Heneghan's not on a finish.
$133.
Looking at 171 to leave himself on double 1. But this for the match. Double 10.
Game shot.
And Andy Davidson just puts himself back at the top of the table. He had to work hard for that one. It was a tremendous contest between him and Conor Heneghan. And he knows that could have gone south very quickly for the man from the north of the border. At the tail of the tape, a decent match. Heneghan have a couple of tub plus checkouts, but Davidson started well and as a consequence bought himself time. And he now buys himself time at the top of the table. 18 points to his name at the top. Coming up after the break, it's Moreno Michels up against Cedric Waegemans. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Davidson got the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs of 3. Was made to work hard for that, was Andy. Really good contest. Both players averaging in excess of 92. Davidson raced out the tracks, built a 2-0 lead, and despite the comeback from Conor Heneghan, Davidson was able to keep control of proceedings all the way towards the finishing line. Never trailed in that contest.
It's Moreno to
Cedric Waegemans and Moreno Michels is our 6th game of the session. For Moreno, a win here would see him join Jim and Andy at the top of the table. He'll be on 16 alongside Jim. And 2 points off Andy Davidson at the top of the table. But the one problem that Moreno has is because of the margin of defeat to Jim Long is his legs difference is now far from healthy.
Starting to take a little bit of shape, isn't it, now, this league table? And Andy Davidson has got the first couple of wins on the board. However, we did say at the very start that Andy Davidson, if he could pick his fixtures, would have picked the 2 players of which he has played already, the 2 players that are at the bottom end of the table. That now means, going into the business end,
22.
He's got to play the other 3 players that are in contention.
It's beginning to heat up on what can only be described as a freezing cold day here in Portsmouth. Do you know, it was the first time I had to de-ice the car this year. Or at least this winter anyway. Up about 10 minutes earlier this morning to de-ice it. Not fun at all.
27. Moreno, you require 59.
This could be a red hot start.
19.
There's a couple of tops, but it's not going to be
100.
punished
Moreno,
because
you
Cedric
require
is
40.
nowhere to be seen in this opening leg.
Game shot on the
And
first leg.
Michels will
Moreno Michels.
take it out in 16 darts.
Good leg, minimal
Second
fuss,
leg, it's
minimal
Cedric's on
drama.
first.
That's what he wants right now.
Game on.
Try and take a little bit of the emotion out of the situation.
140.
Second max of the match. These two actually, between them, had
41.
tied the most amount of maximums yesterday. They both had 6 apiece.
$60.
And Moreno on Monday had the most 180s in the group. He had 9. So far this week,
25.
Moreno has been the maximum man here at the Live Lounge. $18 all told.
140.
Of course, the 2.5 days so far, and that power scoring is putting him in a powerful position in this match.
43.
He's
Moreno, you
got 6
require
starts here for the break of
121.
throw from 1-2-1.
$57.
And if the truth be told, so far this game has been a little bit of a mismatch.
56. Moreno, you
Waegemans
require
finding
64.
nothing. Struggled in his opening game and he's struggling even more here while Moreno is stepping it up.
Game shot on the second leg. Moreno Michels.
Average of 100 at the moment for Moreno. Showing
Third leg. It's
a
Moreno
little
to
bit of
throw
quality.
first. Game on. $42.
6 of his games on Monday and Tuesday have all been played with
85.
an average in excess of 90. Showing he is more likely to produce this level of performance rather than
59.
something of an opportunity for his opponents. And certainly what we're seeing from Waegemans, he's going to need to see Moreno drop the levels quite significantly.
45.
They're going to have to meet in the middle in a way that looks highly unlikely at this present moment in time.
100. $85. $30.
Well, we did indicate that Moreno would have to drop the levels, and he's dropped them significantly here. The last couple of legs, he's been down on a finish at this point, and
140.
after 12 darts here, he's not even halfway through the leg.
Waegemans
Cedric,
first
you
to
require
finish.
146.
146 to bring it back to 2-1. Not going to go on this occasion. But he's going to leave himself handy.
90. Moreno, you require
It'd
107.
be so typical of this man to take out the fish. He's already had a 167 this week, but he's not going to go 3 higher than that. And so Waegemans, who
58.
has been completely outplayed
Cedric,
in this
you require
contest,
56.
is going to get his first 2 darts at a double at tops. 2 10s.
36.
Would have been for 2-1.
Moreno, you require
The missed doubles for the day now starting to add up. Waegemans, no successes in 6 darts across his 2 fixtures. He's going to get another opportunity.
88.
Just want to get that first leg
Cedric,
on the
you
board.
require 20.
Doesn't want this narrative to start to spin.
This could be awkward.
10.
You could
Moreno,
tell
you
with the
require
angle of dart
24.
3. That was exactly what it was. 2-12 to Moreno.
Game start on the
3-0
third
he
leg.
leads.
Moreno Michels.
And for Cedric so far, he's legless.
Fourth
7
leg.
legs
It's Cedric
played,
to throw
not
first.
one under his
Game
belt.
He's had chances, 9 darts now. A double for Cedric Waegemans, 5 in this and
55.
4 in his opener. Concerning signs for Waegemans. I mean, we knew his fate really in regards to his position. He'd had to have won all of his games today to have any
60.
opportunity of getting into a Group B campaign. So it will be Group C for Cedric Waegemans, and I'll tell you, with the players of which are coming
140.
into that Group C campaign, he's going to need to find a little bit more than what we're seeing here, because this is going to be quite a solid Group C.
96.
When we take a look at the players coming in, Darren Johnson, one of the players that really stood out. Young Tavis, one to keep an eye on at the back end of this week.
23.
Tavis Dudney making his debut here at the Super Series, and Sam Spivey's going to be here. Looking forward to watching Spivey Man in action.
108.
Please tell me that's his nickname.
If it's not, it is now. Please, he has to be
95.
Spivey Man. Spivey Man. Spivey Man does whatever Spivey Man does.
95.
Anyway, Michels has left himself on 17 for the match.
60.
For a
Moreno,
4-0
you require
win.
70.
And to put himself back in the mix. Tops and now 10s. Does
50.
it go?
Cedric, you require 128.
Trouble 20 for Bull. We'll give him another dart to get a leg on the board, but it looks like
40. Moreno, you
back-to-back
require
4-0 defeats
20.
could be on the cards.
Double 10. He's getting further away.
10.
And he's spurt more
Cedric, you
opportunities to
require
win it. And so
88.
Waegemans comes back for 88. Comes back for a dart at double 7. Cannot
74.
find. And that
Moreno, you
could be
require
that.
10.
For Michels is spurning opportunities to win it left, right and centre.
8. Cedric, you
And
require
Cedric has a
14.
route back into this contest. It's double 7. He's on the
Game shot
board.
fourth
It's
leg.
back to
Cedric
3-1.
Waegemans.
And Moreno spurning a plethora of opportunities to win the game there.
Fifth
But he
leg.
does
It's
have
Moreno to throw
the backup
first.
of having the
Game
darts
on.
here to win this contest right here, right now. Those the checkout percentages.
140.
The most important thing there, though, is the 1 for Cedric Waegemans. It can soon run away from you. You can soon start to panic. You can feel almost a little bit
45.
embarrassed at times when you're up there and you're not picking up the legs.
$93. $76. $60. $100. $41. $39.
Another opportunity
Moreno,
to
you
win the game
require
here for Michels. He's
167.
taken out the 167 this week. Not to be this time, but Waegemans has
45.
put in this game a long way back.
101. Moreno, you require 122.
To finally see this game through, and he's not even going to get a second poke. He's gone astray with dart 1.
27. Cedric, you require 140.
Couldn't, could he? Oh, he couldn't.
120. Moreno, you
Could be the last
require
dart he gets in this
95.
game. Old school way.
Guaranteeing a dart at the ball.
70.
But he
Cedric, you
couldn't
require
find.
20.
This game could be back to 3-2 here. And when Moreno Michels raced it to a 3-0 lead, it looked unlikely.
No score.
And it may not happen at all
Moreno,
now.
you require
Because
25.
Michels will return for 25 to eventually see off Cedric. He's missed another big number. He's only going to get one in his hand at double 4.
17. Cedric, you require 20.
3 from 14 now.
Just can't get over the line, can he? That's a long way off.
15.
Can't adjust. Another
Moreno, you require
opportunity
8.
for Moreno.
Double 4.
Game
And
shot,
finally,
and the match,
Moreno Michels gets the better of Cedric Waegemans. A 4-1 success for the Dutchman moves him on to 16 points in the group. Coming up after the break is Johnny Haynes up against Andy Davidson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 6 games, 2 rounds worth of matches on this Wednesday morning. And it sees Andy Davidson lead the way, 18 points to his name, having won each of his opening 2 games so far. Jim Long and Moreno Michels are the 2 pace setters in 2nd and 3rd. Johnny Haynes got off to a blistering start, but defeat to Jim Long means that he's 4th. This is how the rest of this week looks here at the Super Series. Group C sees the debut of Tavis Dudney, Darren Johnson and Spivey Man, Sam Spivey. And in Group B, Chaz Barstow, James Wilson and Derek Coulson will all go toe-to-toe. We'll be watching that on Thursday and Friday respectively. Cannot wait for that. Cannot wait for this, our 7th game of the session. It's Johnny Haynes up against Andy Davidson. For Johnny, if he's to keep any kind of hopes of staying in the race alive, he has to win this match against the Scot. If Andy wins this, he's on to 20 points. A big figure, a big mark for him. And for Johnny, he would find himself 6 points behind with 4 points left to play for. He'd be mathematically eliminated from the Group A race, and he'd be precariously looking over his shoulder in terms of whether he's going to be in B or C come the end of the day.
This is one of the games that I've really enjoyed for the last couple of days. It's played with pace, it's played with quality. Two of the big scorers here of this Group A campaign, and I think this is going to go exactly the same, played with a beautiful rhythm.
140.
Styles make fights, they say, in boxing, and the rat-a-tat-tat tempo will suit these two.
$79.
But interestingly, Johnny Haynes has won both meetings between the pair this week. 4-3 win on Monday and a 4-2 win yesterday.
81. And you require
It was a really good game yesterday. Johnny Haynes had to come back from behind to win. And Davidson could get his nose in front here by pinning the 116 for the breaker throw right from the get-go. It's a 12-dart start. Davidson out the gates firing.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
That's what happens with that little bit of rhythm and that little bit of flow when two pacey players get together. Quite often, you get a bit of fireworks.
However, Johnny will remember the meeting yesterday where he trailed 2-0, survived darts to go 3-0 down. Davidson had the opportunity to go 3 to the good and then rallied off 4 on the spin, averaging 94.5 in that contest and 4 from 9 on his doubles. Davidson in that game missing 10 at the outer ring.
$104.
But once again, Andy Davidson's getting out the gate and having a real good 2-leg burst. It was around about 117, wasn't it, in his previous game against Conor Heneghan. Right now, he's having to go about 120 as we head to the end of leg 2.
133.
He makes the game look so easy when he plays like this.
12 darts in the opening leg and he won it. 12 darts in the second leg and he's on a double. This is
required 24.
Absolute top draw here from Andy Davidson.
This is
an opportunity to eliminate one of his rivals. He started the day with 3 rivals. He could be taking it down to 2. And the way he's playing,
game on.
He could brush them all aside very quickly. This isn't that Johnny Haynes has turned up here and isn't producing anything. He's averaging 103. And he's not yet to get a dart at the double. That is how good Davidson has been.
These are the numbers. Johnny Haynes is trailing 2-0 and he hasn't put a foot wrong so far.
79.
Andy Davidson is averaging 116.5.
100.
You tell a player's playing well when they score a ton and their average goes down by a point.
137. 100.
However, despite the barrage of power scoring here from Andy Davidson, Johnny Haynes is still
99.
Keeping pace. Now that
56.
was a 99 score, triple 20, single 20, single 19 in the last turn, which has left him on 86 to bring it back to 2-1. Bull. Oh,
on the third
wonderful.
leg, Johnny Haynes.
Johnny Haynes has had one opportunity in this game and he's taken it. Telling Andy Davidson, for as well as you've
Fourth leg,
played,
it's Andy
I
to
am
throw
going
first.
to keep pace with
Game
you.
on.
What a
99.
game it is. 3 legs played in 4 minutes, 17 seconds. And that even includes
60.
the little 10-second delay between legs. 30 seconds of those wasn't even playing darts.
100.
It's fast and it's quality.
It's everything you want from a game
55.
here at the Super Series. Everything matching up. We thought this would be a game where both players' stars would match up, and we have got it here.
82.
Every single leg has been 1 in 15 or under so far. 12 and 14 darters for Andy Davidson to go 2-0 to the good. The 15th darter there with
140.
Johnny Haynes to bring it back to 2-1. And it looks like Davidson's going to get it done inside 5 visits this leg as well, potentially.
134.
He's on a 2-darter after 12. Averaging still in excess of 107, just under the 108 mark.
45. Andy, you require 86.
That's in the double. Gave himself a
70.
dart at double 16.
I love that route. Big fan of that route. Inside wire of the 18.
60. Andy, you require 16.
Double 8.
Gage
3-1
on the fourth
Davidson.
leg, Andy Davidson.
Haven't seen a ton plus average so far this week. If Davidson
Fifth
can get the
leg,
job
it's Johnny to throw first.
done in 15 or less, that's
Game on.
exactly what we're going to get. Average 102.76. Johnny Haynes averaging
100.
in excess of 94. Has had 1 darter double and taken it. Sometimes
40.
it's one of those matches where you haven't played bad, it's just your opponent has played so well.
$100. 40. $28. 81.
Quite surprising there, Andy Davidson not able to build on that first dart. Ideally, perfectly placed on the bottom wire.
99. 29.
Well, Haynes has got 6 darts here from 174 to bring it back to 3-2. And he's had a real off leg here.
98.
Everything he was doing so right in the first 4 legs in terms of his scoring power has completely deserted him here. The only bonus he does have is the
58.
fact that this is a
Johnny
leg on the
requires
Johnny Haynes
76.
throw. He will throw for the match in the next should he lose it. Tops,
56.
but he has got time.
97. Johnny, you require 20.
To reduce
Gage
the
on
gap
the
back
fifth
down
leg,
to
Johnny
1.
Haynes.
To pose the question of Andy Davidson and to force the Scot to serve it out.
Sixth leg,
It's a
it's
20
Andy to throw
points.
first.
It knocks Johnny
Game
Haynes
on.
out the race and puts himself in a powerful suit moving
58.
forward.
$59.
Just starting to get a bit
67.
wayward, isn't he? Andy Davidson just starting to slip into the 5s as the business end of the game starts to play.
100.
The finishing line comes in sight. Things can get a little bit tighter. You can start to think,
85.
which doesn't suit quick players. Just end up being a little bit flicky, just holding onto the
58.
dart a little bit too long.
$100.
Well, Davidson 6 starts for the match from 191, providing Haynes can't hit something big.
100.
And only the one triple means that the Scot does have that set-up turn.
85.
Feel like that should have been more, particularly after the first dart hit the treble.
$43. Andy, you require 106.
For the match, and for 20 points. Double 16.
74.
Does not go.
Johnny, you
And it would have been to
require
book in the match at sub price
141.
checkouts.
$97. Andy, you require 32.
Double 8 for the match. And double 8 for the win.
Game shot and the match, Andy Davidson.
Andy Davidson moves on to 20 points in this Group A. He's eliminated Johnny Haynes from the equation. He came out the blocks flying. At the end of leg 2, his average was mesmeric. A little bit of a stall towards the line. The average in the end just 88. But he'll be happy enough with the third win he's accrued. He is doing his job so far. He beats Johnny Haynes 4-2. Next up for us after the break, we're going to watch Jim Long and Cedric Waegemans.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. And 26 180s in total last night, I think. Might get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny require 100.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot in the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan, defeating Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Heneghan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max of this one. One in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Conor require 141. Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heneghan.
Conor Heneghan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've reached the midway point of the day. Before the break, Andy Davidson picked up his third win from 3. He got the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, Jim Long, who currently occupies second position in the table. He can move back to within 2 of Andy if he can get the better of Cedric Waegemans, who, if the truth be told, is not having a good day today. The performance levels have dovetailed in comparison to what we saw on Monday and Tuesday, whilst Jim's just kind of plodding along and doing what he tends
First
to do
leg is
best.
Jim to throw
Averaging
first.
anything between 85 and
Game
90, being efficient when he needs to be, and picking up 2 wins so far. He's already got the better of Moreno, Michels, and he's already got the beating of Johnny Haynes so far today. And if the truth be told, you're probably expecting a win for the gentleman in this game as well.
Well, just one leg, isn't it, from Cedric Waegemans today? And to get that, he needed Moreno, Michels to miss a lot of darts at doubles. So unless he steps it up, and I mean significantly steps it up, he's not going to be getting too much here from Jim Long.
This is how the table looks.
55.
Jim Long, 16 points, plus 14. Davidson with that win, 20 points, plus 23.
81.
Well, Davidson, if you take a look at the situation here, only needs one more win and then it goes to legs difference. Because everyone can only reach 22 now.
96.
And that leg difference is massively in his favour.
100. Jimmy require 170.
Well, he's got plenty of time from this big fish. And he's going to need that full quota of time to take out the opening leg.
60. 41. Jimmy require 110.
Well, this first leg has been complete and utter one-way traffic so far. Job 17 for tops.
90.
Just below.
$85. Jimmy required 20.
To take the opening salvo, double 10. Double 5.
10. Cedric, you require
Missed opportunities.
130.
It's just given Cedric an outside chance. An impossible chance now.
$71. Jimmy required 10.
2 5s.
5.
Dips below.
Cedric, you require 59.
Well, he's missed opportunities against Cedric with a chance in the previous game with Moreno. He's missed
39.
opportunities of giving the chance
You
again, but he's
require
not
5.
able to convert. Jim Long, 7 darts at a double already. We'll get another 2.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim Long.
Squeezes it into the far corner there. 9 darts there for Jim Long to get over the line, but the most important thing is that
Second
he
leg is
has
Cedric to throw first.
keeps his hopes
Game
alive a
on.
little bit longer in regards to winning this group.
Made much harder work of that than what he should have.
100. $140.
Well, all the players here this week have played for a place in Saturday night's finals, and you can join us here on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Scan that
100.
QR code. It takes you to a website called www.dartshop.tv, where you could be with us on any given Saturday night,
100.
including Champions Night, which takes place on Saturday, December the 7th. And then after that, we've got 3 special events to culminate the Super Series
135.
season with the ADC Global Championship. Tickets for both the Saturday nights and the Sunday afternoon are available to purchase on that same website. It's a £2 booking fee.
140. 60. Jim, you require 121.
Too much damage done there by Cedric Waegemans. Still requires a treble to get the dart at the double. Same equation here for Jim. That would be treble 17 for the ball.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
second leg. Jim Long.
from Jim Long to open up a 2-0 lead to get the breaker throw.
Third leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Well, he spun 8 darts. He had to get over the line with his 9th dart to win leg 1, but perfectly executed to win leg 2. Jim Long has full control now of this match.
$121. $60. $100. $60. $81.
Not vintage this from Jim Long, but doing enough. Doing it when it matters the most. Like right there in that moment where he's just losing touch of his darts, finds the maximum visit to get himself down to something quite reasonable.
108.
Hello, Cedric.
Jimmy require 101.
Jim Long, a bit of a smile on his face, think enjoyed that exchange.
He's hoping to finish off the exchange. And that would have been back-to-back tub plus checkouts. But
69.
Cedric has been nowhere so far in this match. He's looking at 19 to bring it back to 2-1. 2 darts at double 8. He's done the Hogan.
Jimmy require 32.
Well, that's the target Jim Long's hoping to hit now, the double 16.
Well, he's shown in the path.
Jim Long is 3-0 up. Jim Long.
And he's a leg away from moving on to 18 points and to bolster his legs difference.
Fourth leg. It's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
Oh, so friendly. Oh, so friendly on the stage.
$23. $85. $140. $140.
All starting to look very comfortable here for Jim Long. He's going to like what he sees here.
81.
It's a game he must have felt that he was going to get a lot of joy in, and that's exactly what he's getting. It's made it maybe a little bit too hard work at times for himself.
85.
But he's beginning to manoeuvre towards the finishing line. Or is he?
100.
Be disappointed he couldn't make more of that first dart, Cedric. Jim will feel like he's got 6 here for 191 to finish this game off once and for all.
140.
Great setup turn.
Cedric, you require 157.
This would be great. But that just strays the other side of the tops. That would have been for 157. This is for the match. And to keep himself in the equation. Double 16 for Jim Long
And the match.
to round it off with a 14 tar to a 4-0 success. He needed a big win at some point, and he has picked up a maximum win there against Cedric Waegemans. He moves on to 18 points. He bolsters his legs difference. And this is how the game panned out statistically. Jim, 88.41 average, couple of maxes, 4 for 14 on the doubles, including that 1-2-1 checkout. Coming up after the break, Conor Heneghan takes on Moreno Michels. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to end round three's worth of fixtures of a meeting between Conor Heneghan and Moreno Michels. Before the break, Jim Long got the better of Cedric Waegemans by 4 legs to 0. A 1-2-1 checkout, helping him en route to that victory. The Canadian now a couple of points behind Andy Davidson. That's exactly where Moreno Michels could be if he can get the better of Conor in this one. Heneghan's only picked up a solitary win so far in this group play, but has to be said, he played a damn sight better than he has done all week in that game against Andy Davidson last time out. Couple of ton plus checkouts, averaging in excess of 92, 3 out of 4 on the doubling. If he can carry on in that vein of form, he's going to cause Moreno the same types of problems that he caused Andy.
That's the question, though, isn't it? Can he do it again? Can he sustain? We know he can. We know he's that level, but he's not been that level this week. And the fact that he did that and came out with a defeat still 59. Will put him in that mindset of it doesn't matter what I do, I'm just not going to get wins in this group. And it's not really going to matter too much in regards to his placing of the group. He's most likely going to end up bottom of the table. We know he's going to be in Group C. This battle's not really about Conor Heneghan. This is about Moreno Michels.
140.
Win for Moreno would keep him in touching distance of Andy Davidson at the top of the table, just a couple of points away if he's able to get the win. But you also feel it's not just about winning, he's got to win big.
A 4-2, 4-3 scoreline really does nothing for him.
81.
It's not going to be clear sailing for Andy Davidson at the back end of this. He's got Jim Long to play next. Jim Long, the player in second place in the table. And then his final game would be against Moreno, the player in third position. So the two players that are in touching distance are the two players he's got to play.
100.
And in this group, there's been a big chasm
138.
between the top four and the players below. But Heneghan is just beginning to find some decent stuff. Is he about to find a 138?
140.
No is the answer. Michels will return for 121.
121.
Triple 17 for the ball. Not to be. So Heneghan to get a leg on the board. Look at a double 12.
57. Conor, you require 24. Game shot on the first leg.
Much better.
Heneghan.
He's beginning to find something a little bit more akin to what we've expected from him in the past.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
But this is the chasm between the top four players and the bottom two players in the group. Johnny Haynes is in fourth position on 14 points plus 6 legs difference. The fifth place player, Cedric Waegemans, is on 6 points minus 28 legs difference. And then in terms of legs won, 40 legs compared to 21.
$60. $100.
But Heneghan is just beginning to show something, just shows some glimpses.
$93. $42. $96.
Well, Heneghan got the hold of throw to put himself 1-0 up. Michels looking to comfortably
39.
do similar, and he's got 6 starts here from 192 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
58. $80. Moreno, you require 134. $94.
Michels leaves himself on tops. Heneghan looking to set up another one of them. He'd be in a very good suit to leave himself on tops. And that's exactly what he's done. He's kept chasing Michels, who at times today has been a little bit suspect on the outer ring. Double 5.
35.
And Heneghan's got an opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg, Conor Heneghan.
Well, there's two things happening here, aren't there? Conor Heneghan is playing better than what we've seen so far for him this
Third
week.
leg, it's Conor to throw
Moreno,
first. Game on.
What's got to be said is flopping at the moment. Very important game for Moreno.
84.
And for Conor, it's just one game as part of the cycle. He's not really got much to play for. He could still jump Cedric Waegemans, though. They will play each other in Conor's next game. And every single position is a bit of extra prize money. So maybe underselling the fact here that Conor Heneghan got something to play for.
And also, the more and more he's playing to this level, the more and more he's going to believe that he could do something tangible in Group C on Thursday and Friday. And if the truth be told, that was going to be realistically his mindset today. Play well enough to be confident enough when it comes to tomorrow afternoon.
He had to fix something, didn't he?
97. Conor, you require
The dart going left, that was evidently a problem and something he became very aware of. And he's fixing it well here.
120.
Averaging 93.5 at this present moment in time. On the cusp of a 3-0 lead. And it looks like it's beginning to fall apart here for Moreno Michels.
Conor, you require 38.
He takes on Johnny Haynes in the next. He could go for winning the group to be a Group C player. They could meet 5 times this week, this pair potentially.
22.
Double 8 doesn't go for Heneghan. Michels has an outside chance on this 1-2-2 to get a breaker throw back. The ball
97.
grazed.
Conor, you require 16.
Double 8. 3-0 Heneghan.
On the third leg, Conor Heneghan.
Much more like it for the Irishman.
At the start of the week, you would not have said this was an upset.
It's Moreno to throw
but
first.
as the week has gone on,
Game on.
and certainly in what we've seen so far, the fact that Heneghan's only won 1 game until now, you'd say this is an almighty upset.
100. 140. 140. 134.
I think what will help Conor as well is the fact that these are back-to-back good performances, not just the odd one good performance and then reverting to type. He's beginning to build something on a bit more of a consistent basis.
91.
He's on a finish for a 4-0 win. For Moreno, the last couple of games have been an absolute disaster. I know he beat Cedric Waegemans,
60.
but the performances haven't quite been up to scratch.
$56. Moreno, you
It looks
require
like unless he takes this out, he could be beaten heavily here. He's not going to find the 158. And so Heneghan returns for the 80 to seal a 4-0 success.
80.
It'll be for just his second win of the week. Double 10. Double 5.
70.
Well, he hasn't been in that position often.
98.
And he has spurned a couple of match darts.
He will get more.
58. Conor, you require 10.
Well, it's been a while since he's felt this. That winning feeling
6.
is not quite there
Moreno,
yet
you
for Conor
require
Heneghan.
40.
And the fact that winning feeling's not been there is what makes that situation oh so much harder.
20.
3 very well thrown darts. He couldn't have got them any closer. But Heneghan, another opportunity.
And finally, Conor Heneghan gets that elusive win. He has waited since Monday to taste that winning feeling. And look at the relief on his face. He's back in the winner's enclosure and he's putting back-to-back good performances. Today is all about building confidence ahead of tomorrow, and that will do exactly that for the Irishman. But for Moreno Michels, a day of promise is turning into a day of disaster so far. He has now been sucked right into the Group C race. Coming up after the break, Andy Davidson against Jim Long. Them two are looking up.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
this is where... Hang on, wow. He's on the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. And they see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180. Unfortunately, he did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When
you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Fox for a breaker throw. Fox for the match. Starts on fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Dance for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of matches on this Wednesday morning. This is what we've seen. Round 3 saw Conor Heneghan pick up his first win since Monday in a 4-0 success against Moreno Michels. Jim Long with a 4-0 win against Cedric Waegemans. And Andy Davidson's won every single game today. A 4-2 success against Haynes means that he's top of the table on 20 points. He takes on Jim Long in the next game, and a victory in this match will see the Scot win Group A and qualify through to Saturday night, because he'd be on 22 points. Jim Long would be on 18. The maximum Jim would be able to get to is 20. Moreno Michels can only get to now a maximum of 20 points himself. So that would see AD into Saturday night. And so it's as simple as that. It's a knockout game for Andy Davidson, or at least that could be the mentality anyway. If he wins at least 2 legs, he's guaranteed to be top of the group at the end of the round, even with a 4-2 win for Jim Long. Not that he's going to be thinking that way inclined, but a win for Andy Davidson. He wins Group A. A player you thought whose odds were scandalous on Monday may well come to fruition here.
I think he was very underestimated, wasn't he, by the odds compilers, but we've got to see him now get over the line here. We've seen it before. He has won a week here at the Super Series. He's won titles on the WDF Tour. He knows how to win in this situation. And he knows how to win against quality operators like Jim Long.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
But one of the key strengths for Andy Davidson has been how he started games. He started them with big power scores and
85.
continued to run. And I feel that the opening couple of legs here could be really key. I think he needs to start strong.
In terms of this Group A so far, what do you think Andy has done so right?
Control. Controlled the games from start to finish.
96.
Opportunities have only come from the brilliance of opponents rather than the fact that Andy messing around and letting people in with chances.
36.
140.
For Jim, it looks like that slow start that he made on Monday, 4 points from the opening day's play. If he isn't to go on and win this group, is probably the telling factor when all is told. And so far this week, he's won 4 games out of 5 on both days. And if he claims a 4th win on Wednesday, it is job done for the Scot. And he has taken the ascendancy in this opening leg. He's first to finish on throw after 12.
95.
He's
And
going to be joined by Long on the fish.
20. 60. Jim, you
going to
require
poke at this
170.
to take the opening leg against throw. He's already got a 1-2-1 on the ball today.
$42. Andy requires 60.
So Davidson to draw first blood. Tops. Perfect guide. Can't use it. 2 10s.
40. Jim, you require 128.
Triple 20 for the bull. Bull.
103.
And for a second, you thought it was never in doubt.
Required 20.
2 10s for Andy Davidson to lead 1-0.
Game shot on the first leg,
Eventually,
Andy
he
Davidson.
crosses the finishing line in this opening leg.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
There's always these games and scenarios that come up, and it makes you wonder, doesn't it, how much the players know about it. They've got the access to all the same information and data we have in regards to the
60.
league table that is fed into the players' practice room. So they're able to sit and study it and work out the differences if they want to. Most players like the ignorance is bliss approach. You know you're in with a chance, so just go up there and try and win the match.
$140.
I wouldn't know for a fact, but just judging by both players' characters, I think both will know about the scenario in this game.
140.
Sometimes you might not want to know, but you find out anyway because the other players work it out, and it's not the biggest of rooms, and you're not able to stay away from them unless you've got earphones in or something.
News travels quick around this building.
$43. $85.
Long leaving himself on 116 to level this match up at 1 apiece.
85. Jimmy require 116.
That may not be the worst guy for the treble 19. But unable to utilise it. So Davidson comes back 148 for the breaker throw, a 2-0 lead. And if he gets to 2 legs, he's guaranteed to top the group at the end of this round, no matter what happens in this game. And he'd be halfway towards qualification. Double 14 was not far away.
Jimmy requires
Fine effort
6.
there for Andy Davidson, attacking the throw of Jim Long. Jim Long's found a lot of success on tops. But he did this earlier, didn't he? It was a match-winning shot then. He hit the 5, hit the 15.
40. Andy
But unlike
requires
last time,
28.
misses. Tops, Andy Davidson. Handful of darts now. And he gets the breaker throw.
Leg, Andy Davidson.
Jim Long in a spot
Third leg,
of
it's
bother.
Andy to throw first.
Our attention may be
Game
changing
on.
soon to who wins Group A, because we may know that answer. It may be turned into who's going to be playing in Group B and Group C. Because Andy Davidson is looking good. Jim Long now needs to break the throw on 2 separate occasions.
100.
And we've already seen today, once Andy Davidson has got his nose in front in matches, it's been hard to pull him
99.
back. Despite the best efforts of Conor Heneghan in his second match of the day, Davidson never trailed in that contest. He had a similar scenario against Johnny Haynes, where he raced 2 to the good. Johnny was posing questions,
58.
but managed to cross the line for 2. And he looks like he's in a position here to rally into a 3-0 lead. Realistically, only a 140 provides any tangible pressure to the Scot right now.
$59.
He's in control, and he looks like he's going to be on the hill, not just in this match, but in this group.
He looks like he's enjoying it as well now, doesn't he? He looks like he's becoming expectant rather than hopeful. He expected that one to be a full house, expected a 180. Instead,
100.
he's got 6
And he
starts now
requires
at 69 to put himself a leg away from this title.
33 scored, so it's double 18 and now double 9. He may think about splitting this because Jim's not on a finish.
61.
He's left himself on his favourite double 4. To put himself a leg away.
$60. And he
The
requires
walls are closing
8.
in on Jim Long. The door of opportunity opens for Davidson. Double 2. Does
4.
it go? And we've seen Jim
Jimmy
take out a
require
similar finish to this
124.
earlier on today. Triple 18 bull. Not to beat.
56.
Andy Davidson spurred
Andy
a fair few
require
opportunities at a
4.
double in this game. He's missed 9 at the outer ring, but he's not going to miss a 10th
leg,
there.
Andy
He
Davidson.
leads 3-0 and a leg away now from winning Group A.
4th flag. It's Jim to throw first. Game on. $125. $85.
So Davidson on the cusp. Jim a long way back from here if he's to keep any
100.
floating thoughts alive, but he is fighting back in this 4th leg. Issue he's got is Andy Davidson's piled in a 2 double turn.
No room for error for Jim Long.
85.
The way that Davidson's playing, that could be an invitation. 2 trebles gets him down to a double. To a finish, sorry, not a double. What am I on about? First down to a finish, Andy Davidson.
He's left himself on a finish after 9. Potential 11 darter to see this through. At times, this Scot has been sparkling.
91.
He has been firing on all cylinders.
And
his quick fire brilliance could well be enough to seal this Group A. But he's going to have to put the champagne on ice for now.
56.
He's left himself
Jimmy
on tops after 12.
100.
He now hopes Long misses this ton.
It's now or never. Treble 19 can still be done. Now it can't. Andy Davidson, an opportunity
76.
to seal the group.
Andy require 40.
Get the job done.
Game
A
shot, and
is
the
for
match.
Andy.
Andy Davidson.
Davidson is the top dog in Group A. He has won the group and he has qualified for Saturday evening's final. He did the job that he'd set out to do. 4 wins in every single day this week is more than enough for Andy Davidson to qualify for Saturday night's final, doing so with an average of 87.13, 4 from 13 on the doubles. Jim Long is going to have to fight it out on Thursday and Friday. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Moreno, Michels and Johnny Haynes go toe-to-toe.
good start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B only contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums earlier here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Andy Davidson has won Group A. 22 points is enough for the Scot to take top honours. He won 4 games every single day this week, and that consistency has given him 2 days off ahead of Saturday evening's final, where he's looking to pick up a second title under the roof here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And so from this point onwards, it's all about deciphering who's going to be in Group B and who's going to be in Group C. And this game could be significant in deciding that particular battle as Johnny Haynes takes on Moreno Michels. Michels currently has the ascendancy. He's on 16 points, but the winner of this match will jump into 3rd place. A win for Moreno would be enough to guarantee Group B, and I mean that everything that could have been played for has been played for. But if Johnny Haynes wins this match, then we go down to the final round of fixtures to determine who will be playing in the afternoon and who's going to be playing the night session.
I think in this situation it gets quite hard to find the sort of excitement, shall we say, if you're on the playing side of this, because we tend to get, at this situation, it feels more like a consolation prize getting to Group B, because they've all been in that race for the top place. Normally, when someone's coming off the pace, or they come into it with that sort of a sight or a goal on the final day, they get that real sense of achievement. And I think right now, the main thing that's going to be on these players' minds is prize money, because the prize money changes per position, and I think that will be the primary focus right now.
Well, for Moreno Michels, a day that could have been full of promises turned into a day of disaster, but he's got off to a good start here, and a couple of real wobbly performances in the middle of the session, couple of mid-70 averages.
140. Moreno, you require 121. $81. 100.
Michels
Moreno,
has
you
left tops
require
after
40.
12. He could overcome that wobble here. Double 5.
Game shot on the
Wobble
first
over.
leg. Moreno,
1-0 Michels. And I can imagine, Matt, there's nothing worse than that
Second
little bit of
leg,
a
it's
wobble.
Johnny to throw first. Game on. $140.
When we look at the groups as well for the back end of the week, normally you look at it and go, right, I'd rather play in that group. Most times Group B,
140.
bigger prize fund, bigger opportunities. But when you look at the players that are coming in Group B and in Group C,
108.
there is no benefit in regards to those head-to-head clashes. It's purely going to come down to the numbers of 3 and 5 rather than 2 and 6, because that Group C,
21.
that's strong. In Group B, Derek Colson, James Wilson and Chaz Barstone.
130.
I am a huge admirer of Derek Coulson. Excellent, steady, won a week before. He could be the dangerous
100.
player in and amongst
Johnny,
this
you
mix.
require 51.
And I think the 9-1 at the beginning of the week could be a little bit on the fat side.
11.
Do you have a Derek Colson poster on your wall?
I've got a Derek Coulson muck. Excellent when you have a nice hot
60.
cup of cocoa before
Johnny,
you go to
require
bed.
40.
Tots of Haynes. Now double 10. Doesn't go.
20.
Mind you, you've got a bit of weird darting memorabilia, haven't you, lying around?
Yeah, a bit of everything. Big fan of the old memorabilia.
60. Johnny, you require 20.
Nothing odd about this one for Johnny Haynes. Other than the fact he's
16.
not hitting it to Moreno.
Moreno, you require 120.
Opportunity to break the throw. A chance he didn't expect.
Tops for the Shanghai.
100.
To be for Michels, and so
Johnny, you
Haynes to
require 4.
level this contest up. Double 2.
Game shot
And
on
we
the
are
second
level.
leg.
1-1.
Johnny Haynes. Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, memorabilia a big thing in my life, isn't it? You know, anyone who's
43.
pulled me on the Secret Santa, you know, Aston Villa carded Corinthian figures, Master System games, you know, those sort of things. Just chucking a few tips out there.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to Secret Santa.
180.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I'm really worried about the present I'm gonna get in the Secret Santa.
85.
You're probably the easiest one to get for.
And that's what worries me.
140.
I think I've got a rough idea
Moreno,
what
you
I'm going to
require 81.
get. Okay, Moreno, get this 81. Double 12.
Game
11
shot on the third
data.
leg. Moreno,
Quality
Michels.
leg. Quality performance so far. 101 the average. 2-1 in front.
Fourth flag, it's
And
Johnny to
that the
throw
best
first.
leg of the day so
Game
far.
Surprised you haven't been drip feeding hints in, actually, regarding Secret Santa
100.
possibilities.
What, is in for what I get for myself, or?
Well, you know someone's listening who's pulled your name.
That's a very,
125.
that is a very good point.
You know, I've always been a big fan of Corinthian football figures, you know, just to...
So whoever's got you in the Secret Santa needs a Corinthian
85.
football figure. The only problem is we've got a £10 budget. falling on hard times.
140. $140. 41.
We'll update you on the
Moreno,
Secret
you require
Santa,
151.
possibly, as time goes on. Michels cannot take out the 151.
100. Johnny, you require 160.
160 for Haynes for 2-2. Not to be. Michels threatening the break of throw and a 3-1 lead in this match.
Moreno, you require 51.
Double 16. Double 8. Oh, he's burst
score.
it.
Johnny, you require 100.
Well, that's what you wanted the first time, Moreno.
Be his second finish of a ton today.
60.
Unable to find
Moreno,
it.
you require 51.
And just like we said yesterday, how many times does a player burst a combination and then take it out next time round? Just like that.
Moreno, Michels.
And Michels is 3-1 to the good.
Fifth flag. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Third maximum of this contest in favour of Moreno Michels.
85.
Seventh of the day. It has been a real feature of his game, hasn't it, Moreno? Finding those big 180s.
96.
Could have possibly done with a few of them earlier on.
What it will do is guarantee Group B,
95.
so at least he's kind of got the best of the worst case scenario for him sorted. He would have had loftier expectations, but he's damaged the limitation.
85.
Averaging 99. For Johnny, he's going to have to return, you feel now, for the afternoon shift.
100.
Going to have to come back on Thursday, Friday PM
140.
at 1 o'clock as opposed to 10. Now one of them would have left double 10 to guarantee Moreno Michels is spot into Group B.
100.
Time on his side, though. This has been a solid performance here from Moreno. Average just shy of 100. It's been brutal.
100. Moreno, you require 40.
Tops. Double 10 for the match. To round off a real good performance. Moreno Michels beats Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 1, average in excess of 98. Some decent darts in. He's an 11 darter, 14 darter. Everything about it was really, really good. The best average of the week so far, that 98.09. He beats Johnny Haynes 4-1. Next up, Cedric Waegemans and Conor Heneghan.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durham. Game, shot, tournament. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Jackal
King of Bling, the Dazzler, Robbie George! Game, shot, and...
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where everything now is sorted. We can pretty much sit back, relax and enjoy the tungsten action, because before the break, Moreno Michels guaranteed his place in Group B with the best performance of the week so far, 98.09 average and a 4-1 success against Johnny Haynes. So we now know how the land lies for the rest of the week. Andy Davidson is going to be playing in Saturday night's final. Jim Long and Moreno Michels, they're going to be playing in Group B. Johnny Haynes, Cedric Waegemans and Conor Heneghan will be playing in Group
leg,
C.
Cedric to throw first.
The only thing that could be decided now is where Jim and Moreno are going to finish up and where Cedric and Conor are going to finish up. And in the case of what happens here,
45.
if Cedric wins, he'll move on to 8 points. Conor would finish bottom. Conor wins this. He gets the jump over Cedric. And in the final round, Moreno Michels takes on Andy Davidson. Heneghan takes on Long. And the final match between Johnny Haynes and Cedric Waegemans is a dead rubber.
125.
Well, Cedric Waegemans only picked up one leg so far today. He's lost by scores of 4-0, 4-1, 4-0.
55.
Conor Heneghan, though, picked up his first win since Monday in his last game. And this is a
83.
chance for Conor Heneghan to get off the bottom of the table. Getting off the bottom of the table would save him the wooden spoon, but also would earn him a couple of extra pounds for his efforts here in Group A.
However, Cedric's suddenly turning on here.
125. $140. Cedric, you require 123.
Two left. But Heneghan hasn't made much of an imprint in his opening leg. Waegemans has left himself on tops to take a 1-0 lead against the Irishman.
63. Cedric, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
1-0 to the Belgium.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Our first start hitting much better again. But what Conor won't want to do is have a couple of good performances, begin to feel a little bit better about himself, and then everything begin to fall apart again.
45. $60. 81.
Well, this is a clash we're going to have to get used to, isn't it? Because we're going to see it tomorrow afternoon as well. And we're going to see it on Friday afternoon from 1 o'clock here on the Super Series YouTube
96.
channel. An intriguing Group C.
137.
We've heard some good things, haven't we, about Sam Spivey, who's going to be joining us, the ADC UK qualifier.
Who's Spivey, man?
100.
That's sticking now. Sorry, Sam.
99. Conor, you require 110.
Heneghan looking to level up. 17. They're giving him a dart at tops. Waegemans back for the 139 for
50.
the break and a 2-love
Cedric, you
lead.
require 139. $59. Conor, you require 60. Game shot on the second leg, Conor Heneghan.
And Heneghan does level up. He finds the tops. One apiece in our 12th game of the afternoon.
Third leg, it's Cedric to throw first. Game on. $40. $60.
Conor occupies from Roundfort in the parish of County Mayo in Ireland. And I've just had a look at their Wikipedia page.
140.
Now, I've had a look on their Wikipedia page and they have a list of notable
58.
people that live there. They got 3. Delia Murphy, who's a singer and ballad collector. Some of her songs include The Blackbird, The Spinning Wheel, and The Three Lovely
41.
Lassies. Kieran Kelly, who's a League of Ireland goalkeeper. But the third person on that list is Martin Heneghan. Martin Heneghan,
59.
Conor's brother. Conor Heneghan doesn't even make the most famous people from Roundfort list, even though his brother does.
100.
If I'm Conor, I'd be a bit disappointed about that.
55. $100. $102. Cedric, you require 80.
For 2-1. 25 bull was what Cedric was looking at. Heneghan, the 4th most famous
30.
man from
Conor, you
Roundfort, is
require
looking at 167.
97. Cedric, you require 50.
And takes Cedric back for 50.
No score.
And he's burst it by hitting the treble.
Conor, you require 70.
Heneghan back for 70. That time the treble 18 is fortuitous.
54.
For that, unlucky.
Cedric, you require 50.
Made sure the fat 18 and make
Game
sure
shot
the
on the
double
third leg,
16.
Cedric Waegemans.
And Cedric 2-1-2 the good.
Fourth flag, it's Conor to throw first. $59. $100. $44. $41.
Game sort of going the way we kind of expected it to for this bet.
$134. $94.
Just a little flat at times.
140.
Waegemans looking for the break here to open up a 3-1 lead in this contest.
58. Cedric, you require 86.
Will not entertain the prospect of the ball with Heneghan back on 186.
$56.
To break the throw of Conor Heneghan.
32. Game shot on the fourth leg, Cedric Waegemans.
That puts him just a leg away from a rare victory, but I think that's what we'd say about either of these players. It would be a rare victory. They've only picked up 10 points between them. For context, the next player in the table, Johnny Haynes, has got 14 on his own. So even if you combine their table, they're still in the bottom two.
Waegemans wins this. He's guaranteed fifth. Conor Heneghan will be bottom of the table, and you can understand why the Round Fort Wikipedia page would not want him as one of their most favourite sons, if that's the case. You on the list of most famous people from Daventry, Matt?
I have looked while you've been bringing this topic up. I can't find it.
45.
I also caught you trying to edit yourself into the famous people from Portsmouth.
$135. $180. $60.
I tell you what, though, there's some famous people born in Portsmouth, Matt.
56.
Charles Dickens and Kim Woodburn from How Clean Is Your House?
$140.
And did you know Arnold Schwarzenegger spent time living in Portsmouth as well?
60.
Well, this to get the job done.
41.
And to confirm fifth place in the table.
Tops.
33. Conor, you require 100.
Definitely tops for Heneghan.
44.
Anyway, to end this game, Waegemans looking at double four. 2 2s for a 4-1 win. Does it go? And this game could go on.
56.
Well, this will instantly get one of those breaks back, a throw that Conor Heneghan's going to need. One of the preferred areas of the board for Conor.
16.
Not on that occasion.
You require
the misery may be about to continue.
Double two to win this game for Cedric. But double two still isn't found. This game continues.
40.
15 missed darts at a double for Cedric Waegemans. Conor Heneghan has only had 5 darts at a double, despite the fact he's playing against a man averaging just 74. Further reiterates the point, doesn't it?
Game on.
About how Conor Heneghan has been so far off his regular standards.
119. $140. $101. $41. $100.
Well, Heneghan here could enforce the last leg decide. He's just beginning to up it a little bit, is Heno.
100.
We know he's got the higher ceiling. We know he's got
90.
that touch of quality.
$66. Conor, you require 91.
But it's just a bit of kilter.
51.
Although that
Cedric,
Tops
you
has left
require
himself with another go at
154.
Tops. If the 154 doesn't go, which it won't. So Heneghan back for Tops to take us all the way.
132. Conor, you require 40. Game shot on the
3-3.
sixth flag. Conor Heneghan.
And we have a last leg decider.
Seventh and final leg. It's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
Conor Heneghan slightly in the ascendancy at the moment. Starting to produce a little bit more like we know he's
42.
capable of towards the back end of this game. And this is his chance now to jump in, to find a couple of trebles.
81.
But one may be enough because the scoring power of Cedric has been non-existent in this game.
45.
Completely out the picture in terms of that particular part. It hasn't been a high quality game, if the truth be told.
30.
But if Cedric can win this, he'll guarantee P5 and Conor will be bottom. Shake of the head in the background for the Irishman.
100.
This has been a disaster so far. That's a disastrous visit for him, but a superb one for Cedric.
He's had plenty of darts at a double
58.
here, Cedric Waegemans. You feel he's going to get more. He's got 100 points on the scoreboard. He's got the darts in his hand.
89.
He's down to a finish. The only way Heneghan's going to get to a finish is if he can find his second maximum of this game.
$42. Cedric, you require 145.
That sums it up for Conor. This could sum the match up for Cedric. So the match up. And so it's up in style. Oh, that
105.
Tops bent the wire.
He's got time. He may get another 2 visits here.
140. Cedric, you require 40.
To eventually see this game out.
$20.
Well, an
Conor, you require
opportunity here for Conor
150.
Heneghan. A big finish that may get him noticed by Wikipedia.
He's going bull, bull, bull. Do you reckon Martin would have done that?
64. Cedric, you require
Regardless,
20.
Cedric double 10 for the
Good
win.
shot. And the match.
And to guarantee
Cedric Waegemans.
5th place in the table, he beat Conor Heneghan in the last leg decider. Cedric will finish 5th, Conor will finish 6th. That's now sewn up. Only one last place to decide, and that's 2nd and 3rd. That's how game 12 went. Let's see how game 13 goes. Michels and Davidson next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
No Bosch.
Pie Face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final round of matches is about to get underway. Moreno Michels will take on Andy Davidson, the table topper, the man who's won Group A. 22 points to his name. Jim Long and Moreno Michels both on 18. They'll jostle for second and third. Johnny Haynes guaranteed fourth. Cedric Waegemans guaranteed fifth. And Conor Heneghan is guaranteed sixth spot in the table. Now, if Andy Davidson wins this game against Moreno Michels, then every single position would have been sorted ahead of time. And then the last two games between Heneghan and Long and Haynes against Waegemans will be to dot the I's and cross the T's in this particular group. But Andy has been the standout player. 4 wins every single day this week. And if he wins this match against Moreno, it'll be 5 wins from 5. He would have completed the card and completed the job handsomely.
First name, isn't he, in the Saturday night lineup?
First leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
2 weeks left to go in this series. 2 more opportunities for a place at Champions Week. £25,000 will be on the line for one more time this year.
108.
This is a game that for the last couple of days has really gone along with a good flow, a good rhythm. It's been a very enjoyable watch, lots of power scores, and I think it's going to go the same.
Oh, hang on. Maybe he's going to win this group with a bit of flair.
Well, on Monday, he did take out a 144 finish. If he does it again in this visit,
100.
he'll be joining the 9 Dart Club.
144.
Hang on to your hats. You can take your hats off now.
60.
Amongst all that, though, he's put himself in a good position here to break the Moreno throw.
The ball
59.
does not go.
Moreno, you require 82. Game shot on the first
Michels
leg.
is
Moreno
up
Michels.
and running. He leads Andy Davidson by a leg to nil. After Davidson had missed an opportunity to take out leg 1 on the bullseye.
Game on.
Well, he's on a 9 darter, wasn't he? And then he ended up only getting 1 dart at the ball.
95.
Sometimes when you get those first 6 darts in the big power trebles, it can be a little bit of an unwelcome distraction.
100. 140. $85. $96.
Well, Davidson's left himself on the big fish to level this match up at one apiece.
100. And you require 170.
Doesn't go.
134.
But he heads on the next best thing and leaves himself on a double after 12 darts, averaging 117.63 here.
60. And you require 36.
Double 18 for a level match.
Gets on the second leg.
And a level
Andy
match we have.
Davidson.
13 darter for Andy Davidson. We're level at 1-1.
Third leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $59. $134. $58. $60. $85.
That second triple there for Andy leaves himself on a finish after 9, the 167, which has been taken out this week and was taken out by Moreno Michels yesterday.
And you require 167.
Just a smidgen above the triple there, but he's left himself on a double after 12, double 14. The average here still is 117.5. With 3 legs in.
Andy, you require 28.
This is a statement performance, this, from Andy Davidson. We know we're not going to see him throw darts for the next couple of days because he's already got his ticket to Saturday night. So he's not going to be taking part in Group C or Group B action.
Fourth leg,
so the best thing to do is end with a bit of a fanfare performance. Show your quality. That's what he's doing here. He's showing some real quality.
And sometimes you know a quality player because he's producing these
100.
ridiculous numbers, but there's almost a normalcy to it. As if you'd expect him at some point to go as barbaric as this. He's getting better as the game goes along. With 4 legs in, it's enough for a guy to know he's averaging 117.
100.
He's just continuing to pepper that treble bed.
135.
Carries on in this vein. We're looking at records. Definitely looking at top 10. Could be looking at more than that.
140.
Potential 11 darter incoming here. Great dart 2.
54.
Just wide with dart 3.
You require 161. $60. And you require 32.
For 3-1.
No score.
Doesn't go. That's going to kill the average.
101.
That'd been frustrating as well because that first dart looked inviting. The second one looked almost like it was going to be certain with dart 3.
69.
He will get another go
and
though.
You require 32.
Moreno unable to pick the pocket of Andy Davidson. Again inviting. Surely.
16.
However, despite the power scoring
32.
and the power play for Davidson, Michels has an opportunity to level at 2-2. And credit has to go where credit's due. He puts his hand up by way of apology. But Moreno Michels, despite the barrage that Andy Davidson's putting
Fifth
in
leg, it's
is
Moreno to throw
keeping
first.
tabs and keeping
Game on.
pace with him. And Andy knows what opportunity was missed there. They'll even win the game now.
100. $55.
You'll be a big fan of children's books and stories, won't you, Henry? It's very much like the Tortoise and the Hare, this, isn't it?
108.
Is that the one your mum read to you last night?
58.
In my Spider-Man pyjamas, in the Fortnite duvet, with a nice hot cup of cocoa around about 8 o'clock. I wasn't allowed to stay up for I'm a Celebrity last night.
60. $100.
But isn't that more of a fable than it is a book?
Moreno, you require 161.
You'd know.
I'll be honest, I was a bit more of a Three Little Pigs fan as a kid.
41. Moreno, you require 74.
It's just killed the performance of Andy Davidson, hasn't it? Those missed opportunities. He's just seemed to have completely lost his way. And Moreno
It's on
saying
the
thank
fifth
you
leg.
very
Moreno
much.
Michels.
This is a result and a scoreline you would not have predicted about 4 minutes ago.
Well, it was
Sixth leg,
scarcely
it's Andy to throw
conceivable.
first. Game on.
But it's now believable. And Davidson is right on the back foot here.
96.
I suppose when we look at this in regards to who it's most
140.
important to, Moreno Michels still in that battle for second and third position, which more prize money on the line.
140.
So an important game for Moreno where Davidson already knows what he's going to be cashing.
60.
However, Davidson has awoken from the slumber.
$140. And you require
2 darts
94.
after 9 again. Double 8.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
That's
Andy
more
Davidson.
like it. That's a 12 darter, and we go all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Been a terrific match. Moreno averaging 91, Davidson averaging a ton. It's been a delight.
100.
I suppose the biggest shame is there's only one more leg of this match to play.
44.
Coming downstairs there to make sure he didn't knock that one out. All points matter in a last leg shootout, especially when you're up against the darts. Just one treble here for Moreno will do the damage.
100.
Completes the assignment.
140.
There will be a steely determination for Andy to complete the card today. To go out there and say that I am the man that you've all got to beat. And if you complete the card in your final day of qualification, you confirm that point.
44. $140.
And Michels has left himself on a finish for the match. But Davidson has responded
Moreno,
really
you
well to
require
leave himself on a
101.
2-darter. You feel like this has to go the way Davidson has finished with his combinations. And it could do. Double top.
81. Andy, you require 96.
He was averaging 117 full legs into this contest. But he hasn't won it.
64. Moreno, you require 20.
That was for the card. But that's
Game
a
shot and
win
the match.
for
Moreno
Moreno Michels. A 4-3 success against Andy Davidson. And a victory for Moreno, which puts him in a position to possibly finish second in the group, depending on what happens in the next game. Long against Heneghan is after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got 2 more games to go on this Wednesday afternoon. Conor Heneghan takes on Jim Long in our penultimate match of the session. For Heno, he's going to finish bottom. For Jim, his predicament depends on the result of this match. If he loses it, he's going to finish 3rd. If he wins it, he's going to finish 2nd. And there's a lot to play for in terms of that, in terms of points, positioning, pounds, and where you're going to play tomorrow and Friday night. Because if Jim finishes 3rd in the group, he'll have to play 1st and last on both of the nights of Group B. Conor's going to have that situation in Group C tomorrow and Friday.
First leg, it's Conor.
He's going to have to top and tail the session.
Game on.
He's looking to round off this session with a win. After a couple of decent performances, he reverted back to type in a 4-3 loss to Cedric Waegemans. As for Jim, it's been pretty much a Jim Long day, hasn't it?
Yeah, no real learning, no
58.
surprises. Jim Long doing what Jim Long does, and if you're going to beat him, you've got to outperform him, and that's something we've not seen in the gears, shall we say, of Conor Heneghan today, that
81.
he's quite able to find that level here this week. Something a bit of a miss for Conor Heneghan. He's not a player that, when you look at this group, would you'd expect to be at the bottom of the table.
85.
That is exactly where he is and will pitch his tent at the end of this Group A campaign. Conor's never failed to
134.
qualify for a Saturday night before. 8 times he's been here previously. 8 times he's qualified. Jim Long is actually also preserving a 100% record. He's 3 from 3. Andy Davidson's made it 4 from 4
140.
by making it through this particular Group A.
$60.
Heneghan off to the quicker start of the 2, leaving himself on 141 after 12.
134. Conor, you require 141.
Well, leaves himself on tops at
Maybe
least. Long back for 84.
84.
May just be a dart at the bullseye to break the throw of Heneghan. Oh, he gets better to a double 12. Beautiful.
It's on the first leg.
Just
Jim Long.
keeping Conor Heneghan at bay. A controlled first leg from Jim Long. Breaking the throw of the Irishman.
Second leg
He's
is
1 up
Jim to
and the
go
game at his
first.
mercy now.
Game on. $140. $60.
Do you expect Jim Long to qualify out of Group B?
Well, Group B consisting of Chaz Barstow, James Wilson, Derek Colson coming in, and also Moreno, Michels. You'd assume that Jim Long will be able to navigate a way through, but can you honestly say which 2 players are not going to get through that group of 5?
That feels like putting 5 keys into a fishbowl and pick 3 out. Whatever happens, I think we're going to get a really good Saturday here at the Super Series this week.
59.
The penultimate qualification week. Next week, we culminate the quest to finalise our final Champions Week field of 2024.
96.
And after that, we have the ADC Global Championship to culminate the Super Series
68.
season.
Jimmy require 120.
We're going to head down to go up
80.
to just over the bar for Jim Long.
$98. Jim, you require 40.
Jim has got the luxury of time to open up a 2-0 lead. Double 10.
$20.
Kiss the wire, but kiss the wire the other side. The barrel, shall I say, the other side.
No damage done though. Conor Heneghan a long way back. Can't land the blow here. He can set it up.
122.
But he needs to rely on another miss for Jim Long.
20.
2 10s for 2-0. Double 5.
15.
Doesn't go. Heneghan
Conor,
back
you
for a level
require
match.
62.
Back with an opportunity to break the throw that he lost in the first leg. And he's going to get 1 dart at tops. Only
It's on
needs
the
1.
second leg. Conor
Into the
Heneghan.
top left-hand corner, and Heno levels up.
Third leg. It's
And he
Conor
knows
to
what
throw
a steal
first.
that was. He
Game on.
tried to engage and make some eye contact there with Jim Long. But does that
174.
bring Conor Heneghan into life? This would, imagine, I'm going to say this because he's only 3 in, which is always quite a risky ploy. Imagine if this was a 9 dot. It would be the most out of nowhere shot you've ever seen. Oh, it's on.
108.
From absolutely nowhere, Conor Heneghan is 3 darts away from perfection. 3 darts away from his third 9-darter here.
58.
And he sees the
Conor,
funny
you
side.
require 147.
Wondering where it's been.
You could hear an audible groan. I think more from Jim than anybody else. Why is it the opponents that want the 9-darter hit more than the actual player itself
59.
these days?
$58. Conor, you require 88.
Still be a dozen darter.
64.
But the double 12 doesn't go, and so Hino will be back to open up a 2-1 lead in this contest.
133. Conor, you require 24. No score.
Returning the
Jim, you
favour of the
require
last leg, Jim Long.
152.
Dominating the power scoring phase. Couldn't get out.
$98. Conor, you require 24.
Double 12 for Conor Heneghan.
Game shot on the third
2-1,
leg.
Hino
Conor
leads.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
One more game still to go to complete the Group A fixtures.
82.
Johnny Haynes against Cedric Waegemans, a fixture that we're going to see a couple more times this week yet.
55. $60. $58.
Of course, the race is on for Saturday night. You could be here. Scan that QR code. Takes you to a website called www.dartshop.tv where you can ascertain your tickets for just £2. That's a booking fee. And then you can be here on a Saturday evening to enjoy all the tungsten tension and all the darting drama underneath the famous, fabled church here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it is, Matt, a good Saturday night out, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
99.
And I think we're going to have a cracking lineup, and there's not many more opportunities this year to experience it either. So a good time to get down
81.
and see the conclusion of Series 9. One thing you won't be able to get, though, is tickets to Sunday the 1st of December. They sold out in less than an hour. The next instalment of our Influencers event. Returning champions will be in the building.
98. Jim, you require 100.
Ton for long. For 2-2. Looking at tops. Couldn't quite find it.
6.
Will leave himself
You
on
require
a
151.
particular target anyway. If he'd had us unable to muster the 151.
$38. Jim, you require 40.
For parity. Double top for Jim Long. To square this contest up.
20.
If he's unable to do so.
Conor, you require 130.
And Conor's already had a couple of ton plus checkouts today. The 114 and the ton on the nose. Can he add the 113 to the mix? No. Well, that was wayward.
73. Jim, you require 20.
And so Long back to level up again. Double 5.
Game shot
2-2.
on the fourth flag, Jim Long.
This game is back at an even kilter.
Fifth flag, it's Conor to throw first. Game on. $100. $100. $140. $100. $28.
15-12 on the weekly 180 stats between the pair. That in
100
favour of Jim Long. Well, that's just changed once again as Jim Long finds his first maximum of this game. The second one from the pair, one apiece on the head-to-head.
34. Jim, you require 121.
Heneghan's frustration really beginning to boil over. He feels like he should be in command of this game. He could be behind in this game because Long's got 6 here from 1-2-1 to take the lead with the break as well. So he'd have the darts in the next to get the job done. And would turn for 68 to
59.
do
Jimmy
exactly
requires
that.
68.
Treble 12 to leave himself on double 16.
Edge on the
14
fifth flag,
darter. Jim Long in front 3-2.
Sixth flag, it's Jim to throw first.
Well, Conor's at least looking
Game
to
on.
try and find the funny side of proceedings, but I don't think there's much that's going to crack a smile on the face of the Irishman right now.
60.
One thing you know when you come here at the Super Series is if you're playing a Group A, you're going to get 2 chances, 2 opportunities. And tomorrow it all resets for these 2 players as they've got another chance to get themselves to join Andy Davidson on Saturday
96.
night. But for Conor Heneghan, it's going to have to be a complete reset.
35.
To completely rebuild and find what's gone wrong here. Something he hasn't been able to figure out in the first 3 days.
60.
I mean, that was a decent visit for Jim. All 3 darts pitched above the wire, but nothing finding its way in the treble. But he's in command of this leg on throw. A leg that if he wins
96.
will sew up second position. And to give him a few more pounds.
$35. $100. $60. Conor, you require 170.
6 darts on the fish to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Not to be for
84.
Heneghan. He will return for 86 to give us a level contest again.
60. Conor, you require 86.
La ball? No Bosch.
53. Jim, you require 130.
One Trevor would give Jim Long a dart at the bullseye himself. Finds it.
Well, that's some way to round off a group campaign. A 130 on the ball. Jim Long gets the better Conor Heneghan. He secures P2 in the group. For he knows a Group A to forget. It's about resetting and recharging for the battles ahead in Group C. But for Jim Long, he rounds off his campaign for win. One more game in this Group A. Johnny Haynes, Cedric Waegemans next.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not Haynes.
he thinks it's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that double 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs. I think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lad.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit.
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of the things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to begin our final game in Group A, and it sees Johnny Haynes and Cedric Waegemans go toe-to-toe. These two know exactly what's happening. They're both going to be playing in Group B. Johnny Haynes is going to finish 4th. Cedric's going to finish 5th. That is all sealed now. The question is, who's going to win this last game? That's the only thing left to decide in this Group A. We have done pretty much all the admin, pretty much all the business. It's now down to just this one final game.
First leg, it's Johnny to
the
throw
group.
first.
Haynes with the darts.
Game on.
Taking on Cedric. I'm going to ask you for a prediction in this game, Matt.
Not going to give you a surprising one. I'm going to go with the odds compilers, who have gone very strong in favour of Johnny Haynes. I think that is the most likely outcome here.
100.
Cedric Waegemans did pick up a win, didn't he, in his last game? That was his first victory of the day. He's always picked up a victory in each of the days so far.
81.
But it wasn't a classic, shall we say.
Nope.
81.
I feel like today's been one of those days where for the bottom two players, there was a realization as to where today was going to lie and what was happening ahead of them. And sometimes you could be put into this mindset of no matter how hard you try, sometimes days like today, when you know your fate is sealed, you can quite easily go through the motions. I just wonder whether at times for both Conor and Cedric, that's
60.
kind of been the case. And actually tomorrow we'll see a different version of them.
81.
When we get back to that intensity, that urgency of Group C darts, where everybody's back on 0 points. Could be 1-0 Haynes here. The ball. Oh, yes.
On the first leg, Johnny Haynes.
Superb from Johnny Haynes, his third of the day. He's been the main man when it's come to top plus finishes.
Game on.
And that was as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Well, we said when Andy Davidson came to the hockey a couple of games ago, when you know your position, you know your place, sometimes it's about laying down that marker to the rest of the group. And Johnny Haynes knows where he's going to be playing his darts. And one of the players he's going to be playing against is Cedric Waegemans. And maybe trying to make a statement here.
63.
Well, this is a bit promising from Johnny, isn't it?
Go, Johnny, go.
Johnny be very, very good so far.
$140.
Well, this is 2-0. Averaging 120. Tops.
21.
Does it go, but he has got time on his side.
May have more time than he expected.
25. Johnny, you
double his lead to break the throw. Target that hasn't quite been working for him today.
Game shot on the
worked
second
perfectly on this occasion. To see an average of 100 or more so far this week.
Game on.
But it is once again under severe threat. We came very, very close, didn't we? Andy Davidson earlier on, 99.59.
96.
But that was a losing average. Lost to Moreno Michels.
180.
Well, sometimes these dead rubber games can disappoint, but this one isn't so far.
Just two players really relaxed, aren't they? Just playing with a little bit of freedom right now. Enjoying the time 64. Up there on the Super Series stage.
Well, it's one of those where they either become the best games we see here or one of the worst games we see here.
105. 55. Johnny, you require 160.
For 3-0. 160 isn't going to go, but he has got time on his side.
60.
Averaging here 102.66.
$140. Johnny, you require 100.
These are the sort of combinations that have been a strength of Johnny Haynes.
80. Cedric, you require 62.
A distance away from the target. Just going to be the one dart at a double here for Cedric. That's all he needs.
Cedric Waegemans.
Johnny Haynes breaks the throw. Cedric says, I'll have it back, thank you very much.
Fourth leg is Cedric to throw first.
Back it goes
Game
to
on.
2-1.
$87.
Now, I was actually speaking to Johnny after the session yesterday, and he was talking about his
100.
two-pronged attack to this week. That whatever happens, he will be playing darts on Saturday. And he has got a plan in mind, regardless of the
85.
situation, the outcome. If he gets through to Saturday here, perfect. Exactly what he wants. However, he said all is not lost if he doesn't qualify, because he will make the
43.
journey up to Stoke for the Global Championship Seniors qualifier. Which, as we know, could be quite a daunting trip.
140.
Which would mean he'd probably have to extend his stay here in the UK.
This is Johnny, not Jim.
Ah, there you go.
100.
Makes sense.
Johnny Haynes is playing now.
Yes, he's from Swindon. Yes.
But to be fair, for Swindon's still a bit of a drive and a trek.
60.
And that's just the magic roundabout.
$96. Cedric, you require 129.
Well, Haynes is dominating this game at 2-0 up. He could be pegged back here.
89.
Happy accident there for Cedric, but this is exactly like that Andy Davidson game, isn't it? Racing to a 2-0 lead. Looking great. Miss a couple of darts at a
105.
double and all of a
Cedric, you
sudden get
require
drawn back
40.
into battle.
Which, ironically, is the antithesis of his day yesterday.
20. Johnny, you require.
He's got an opportunity here to make it 3-1 with a break of throw. 17 for tops. Now double 10 to make it
It's on the
3-1
fourth
to
leg,
Johnny
Johnny
Haynes. He's got the darts to seal a 4-1 victory to round off this
Fifth
session
leg
and to
is
round off
Johnny
this
to
Group
throw
A.
first. Game on.
For Johnny, he's also trying to defend a decent
58.
enough record in terms of qualify for Saturday night. His 7th appearance. In his previous 6, he's made it through to the finals night on 3 occasions. Also won a
70.
week in the past. That was back in Series 2, Week 11. There could be some ominosity about that.
140. $108.
As Waegemans piles in a max, his second of the game.
58.
Something he's not been shy of this week. That's his 15th, so he's averaging a maximum a game.
41.
Just needs to gel the shots together a little bit. This leg a fine example. 70, 180,
59.
41.
There's been glimmers for Cedric, but it just hasn't been any consistency to go with it.
40.
Which is probably indicative of a player that hasn't played a lot of darts. Haynes will feel from this point onwards he can see this game out.
60.
Only a 60
Cedric,
though.
you require 170. $134. Johnny, you
yourself on a
require
double.
126.
Haynes for the match and to round off this group. To round it off in some style. Bullseye.
101.
Clips the wire on the
Cedric, you
25.
require 36. No score.
Does it
Johnny,
go?
you
And so this
require
could be the
25.
final couple of darts that we see in this Group A. Johnny Haynes looking at his favourite double 4
Game shot
to
and the
seal a
match,
4-1
Johnny
win against Cedric Waegemans. These two will go to battle again in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Johnny Haynes taking the bragging rights and taking the spoils in that one by 4 legs to 1. It was actually a half-decent performance that from Johnny. Average in excess of 90. Ton plus check out there with a 1, 2, 3. But it's a group that was won in the end by Andy Davidson. Once he got his nose in front, there really was no stopping the Scot. He led the table at the end of play on Monday and never relinquished that advantage at the end of a round. Here's the victor. He is into Saturday night's final, and we will be speaking to him in the studio in a couple of moments.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man. Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Wednesday's action has concluded. Group A has come to a close. It's a group that's won by Andy Davidson. A superb week for him so far. Moreno, Michels and Jim Long have picked up the second and third spots. Those are the results on the day. Let's round up the table. And as you can see, Andy Davidson winning the group, 22 points to his name. Jim Long and Moreno, Michels both on 20, narrowly missing out. Johnny Haynes in fourth position, and a long way back, Cedric, Waegemans and Conor Heneghan at the bottom of the table. It's a group that's won by Andy Davidson, and he joins us now in the studio. Andy, many congratulations. It felt like once you got your nose in front in that table, you never really relinquished it.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. First day wasn't so great. I mean, I picked up the 4 wins, which was nice, but Tuesday, Wednesday, I felt I played a little bit better, and certainly today, I felt I really played good today. So I'm over the moon to top Group A.
There was a few wins on Monday where it felt like maybe you got away with it a little bit. You had to rely on a few chances. In hindsight, were those the wins that got you over the line?
Yeah, potentially. I don't feel I played that good Monday, and I certainly did get away with it, but I did feel today, and certainly yesterday as well, was a lot better and a bit more like what I can do. It's still not my A game yet. I still feel there's more to come, but to top Group A, I'm over the moon with that.
In terms of what you've done right, what's been the most pleasing aspect of your game?
I think it's just feeling good on the stage. I mean, I felt good Monday. They just didn't quite go, and Tuesday was the same. It was a bit better Tuesday, but a bit better today. And I feel like I have got better as the week's gone on, so fingers crossed and get even better on Saturday.
Did you approach today any differently, knowing it's that 4-horse race and knowing that how tight it was in the table?
I actually approached yesterday a little bit different because I sort of went with the mindset that I thought you're playing against another 5 brilliant players that I don't feel it'd be an upset if any of those guys did get a win against me. I wouldn't see that as an upset. I mean, I'm still relatively inexperienced compared to everybody else in that group. I mean, as far as I see it. So I didn't feel it was an upset if anyone beat me, but I know what my game is, and thankfully it kind of came out today.
Do you feel like your mentality is changing every time you come here? Because I remember the first time that we spoke to you, you had that fantastic debut which you won, and you were kind of coming in with that underdog mentality. You were just happy to be here. But do you feel like the expectation levels raise within your mind every single time you come here?
I don't think so. I don't think any expectations changed of me. It's the fact that, I made my debut 6 months ago, so I'm still relatively new to playing at this level and playing amongst the caliber of player that we're playing against. So, the more experience I can get, I'm, fingers crossed that it goes well for me.
So what do we not know then about Andy Davidson? You said they're your A game. Where does that A game go? If we see that, how far can you go in this game?
Well, I don't think there's any limit, to be honest. I mean, I'll give Q School a good go, but I mean, I wouldn't be too upset if I don't get my card in Q School. I still feel that I could maybe benefit from a year on the Challenge Tour, or certainly playing WDF events, get myself more experience, because, like I say, it's just happened in the last 6 months, really. So, it's all a bit new to me. So, just have to get used to being in this situation, and fingers crossed we'll do all right.
So is it about taking one step at a time? Because you've really burst onto the scene here, and the last 6 months, as you say, has been a bit of a whirlwind. But I suppose there's a lot in the game that's still untried and untested for yourself.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I haven't played many WDF events, or I'm thankful that I'm getting invites back here all the time. I mean, it's an honour to play on that stage. I mean, it's the best stage I've ever played on. It's and you're playing against players that, in my eyes, that are, I'm not going to say they're 10 times better than me, but they're certainly a lot more experienced. And I feel that every time I play on that stage and get a win, that's a bonus for me.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second. Me and Matt are going to round up what's happened. First things first, I just want to get your thoughts and perspective on Andy Davidson's week so far.
It's been everything I certainly thought it would be in regards to getting through this Group A. He's now in a great opportunity to go and get his name on that trophy for a second time, and another big opportunity to get into Champions Week, which is probably now where Andy is and what he's been taking steps forward and the development which he's doing. Challenging for a Champions Week title now would be the next sort of logical step.
Jim Long sewn up second position. Realistically, it was that slow start on Monday that made pay for him in the end.
He tried to get it back, didn't he? But he just didn't have that extra gear when he needed it the most. There were some good moments from Jim Long, but I feel he's let a few games slip at times, a few missed doubles, and they tend to come in clumps. He's not just missed 1 or 2 darts, he ends up missing 6 or 7, and then his opponent steps in, and then he's not really recovered very well from those moments. But he's going to be a live contender as the week goes on, and he's someone I do expect to see here on Saturday night.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket. Now we have completed Group A. We can see how the rest of the week is going to follow. Jim Long and Moreno Michels will join Chaz Barstow, James Wilson and Derek Coulson. And a Group B, you would say, is completely up in the air and open for interpretation.
I'll take your pick. I think they'll be very, very tight in regards to the odds on that one. And I think everyone's going to have a different opinion on that one as well, which is going to make a very intriguing watch come 10 o'clock tomorrow night.
In terms of Group C, you get the sense there's a similar open for interpretation as. However, would you say the way that Johnny Haynes has played at times this week, that he may go off with the Oz compilers as the favourite to win it?
I think he's a really tricky one because Johnny Haynes seems to never be favourite for anything. I think he's a quality player and I think he's a very live runner for that, but whatever reason, he's never a favourite. But young Tavis, I think, is one to keep an eye on, and I'll be really interested to see how he gets on the stage. If he brings his game, he could be a favourite.
Final word goes to you, Andy. What's the plan now? You've got a couple of days off.
Well, you got to tell me, Henry. You live here, so give us some suggestions, please. I'm not used to this. What can I do?
I'll tell you what. This is the first time somebody's ever spun the question back on me. Right, there's plenty to do in Portsmouth. You've got the Spinnaker Tower, very much worth going to.
He doesn't go out, he won't know, really. So.
Yeah, I know that.
Spinnaker Tower, you got Charles Dickens' birthplace. That's very popular. Basically, anything around the coast will be great for you, and you can enjoy all of those sites over the next couple of dates.
Well, I'll try my best. I mean, I've got a couple of pubs I can go to have a practice in between. You know, I've seen there's a couple of vault events on, so I might venture into one of them, but we'll see. I mean, I'm just pleased to be in Saturday. That's all I'm really bothered about.
And if you enjoy it, can you give me a 5 out of 5 on TripAdvisor?
Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Andy, thank you very much. Many
Cheers,
congratulations
Henry.
on winning Group A. Matt, do you know what? It's been great fun today. Thank you so much for your company. Thank you for your company at home as well. So Group A has come to an end, and it turns out it's A for Andy. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye from us.
Oh, it doesn't matter what he does.
Andy Davidson.
If Andy Davidson does things like that.
Round off a near immaculate display. The bullseye to finish in style.
Well, this is Scott against the Scott, and this Scott is doing remarkable things.
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. 164.